storm has caused confusion and delay.
You have caused
Confusion and delay.
I think you will face prejudice.
Daisy is just the ultimate thought. Daisy is just the ultimate thought.
Your impatience has caused confusion and delay. This storm has caused confusion and delay. You are causing confusion and delay. He has caused confusion and delay.
26 years old and you can't even drive? I can. Are you stupid, eh? Are you a stupid fool? Well, why can't you drive then? You can't even drive. Bit grey today.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the final stream by me of the year, where I embark on the foolhardy mission of doing 33 years in one stream on my ongoing correct time person of the year. Sorry I'm a little bit late. I was just putting out some trash on Aaron McIntyre's stream where, like Hillary Clinton in 2016, he prematurely declared victory in the cigar slam, but I went in there, delivered the knockout blow, and if you're lucky, later on, I'll maybe on Twitter or something, I'll put together an edited highlight reel of me dropping the big boot and the big leg on Aaron once and for all. So there we go. It was an almost total victory. Aaron scored basically no points in an hour's conversation. And you can watch it for yourself. I'm sure you'd agree. Now, just before we get going, I will remind people, you've still got a few days, 4 days to go before Christmas. Buy the Trivium, the Mega Bundle, Foundations of Economics, Foundations of Politics, Foundations of Research, and all the great courses at the academic agency with promo code VAXGlide2. That is promo code VAXGlide2. I will not play the whole ad because every time I do so, I get a copyright notice from Gary Glitter, of all people. So, or the people who own the rights to that song, at the very least. Now, just to explain what we're doing here, in light of the fact that Taylor Swift was given Time Person of the Year, that led me to look at who else had won Time Person of the Year, and then inevitably I wanted to correct the record. I have created a whole second category for cultural because Taylor Swift is the only singer or entertainer who's ever won it. Which obviously then meant, the Beatles never won it, and Elvis had never won it, but Taylor Swift has won it. So I wanted to kind of rectify that. But then at the same time, I then noticed a lot of other travesties, so I wanted to correct the political side as well. So far, we have gone through from 1927, and I'll just very quickly let people have a look at this. You can kind of, if you're watching back, you can pause it. I would encourage you to watch all of the previous streams. Now, I am not going to be streaming again until January the 1st. That is in, 10 days' time or something. So if you're at a loose end, if you haven't watched the previous streams, they have been a great journey. They've been a lot of fun. One of the favorite little series I've ever done on this channel. Lots of little tidbits that you learn along the way, as well as just the whole mechanism of choosing the Time Person of the Year has been really good. And I especially enjoyed Monday's episode where we looked at the 1980s. And as you can see, there are lots of drama. Lots of people were unhappy with Miyamoto winning for 85. I was personally unhappy with Tom Cruise for winning for 86. Maradona was robbed. Maradona should have had 86. But we are going to now start with the 1990s. Now, given that I don't have unlimited time here, and it's 9:30. We cannot go at the current time, at the current rate of 2 hours per decade. we're going to have to try to like triple that and do like, a year every 5 minutes or something. How we're going to do that, I don't know. But I'm going to try to up the work rate here. The actual time winner person of the year in 1990 was George H.W. Bush. As President of the United States, Bush oversaw the US involvement in the Gulf War. So it's George Herbert Walker Bush for the Gulf War. I will just very quickly ask people, do you stick with that or do you twist? Stick or twist for 1990? I'm just going to get up now. Who else was what else happened in that year? I mean, obviously, Saddam Hussein is in contention for invading Kuwait. Mad lad. What else happened? Rowan Atkinson's Mr. Bean debuted on Thames Television, so I guess Rowan Atkinson could be in contention for the cultural side. Prime Minister of Pakistan, Benazir Bhutto, gives birth to a girl, becoming the first modern head of government to bear a child in office. John Paul II is on the travels. First McDonald's in Moscow opens. Massive L for the Soviet Union. George H.W. Bush gives his first State of Union address, proposes that the US and the Soviet Union make deep cuts in their military forces. F.W. de Klerk announces the unbanning of the ANC and promises the release of Nelson Mandela. Free Nelson Mandela. Free Nelson Mandela. On February the 10th, de Klerk announces that Mandela will be released the next day. On February the 11th, he is released from prison after 27 years behind bars. De Klerk has to be in the running for Time Person of the Year, as does arguably Mandela. So we'll put de Klerk on the ballot. We'll put Mandela on the ballot. Who else? We got the Nintendo World Championships are held. Now that's another massive thing that happened in 1990. The American release of Super Mario Bros. 3, that puts Miyamoto on the ballot. Mikhail Gorbachev is elected to a 5-year term as the first ever president of the Soviet Union. Iraq hangs British journalist Farzad Bazoft. Fernando Marcos Imelda Marcos goes on trial for bribery, embezzlement, racketeering, and owning about 18,000 shoes. Billy Crystal hosted the Oscars that year. The Iran-Contra affair still going on. John Poindexter is found guilty. Lebanon hostage crisis is still ongoing. The Yemen Arab Republic and the People's Democratic of Yemen announced the unification of their countries to become Yemen. There's stuff going on in Burma. Joanne Rowling gets the idea for Harry Potter on a train. She begins writing Harry Potter, which will then be completed in 1995, published in 1997. So Rowling is one to watch, I'd suggest. FIFA World Cup begins. Obviously, it was won by Brazil that year, I seem to recall. That was the first World Cup I watched, personally. I remember the England team, Paul Parker, right back, leaps like a salmon, according to Bobby Robson. Yes, many other things happened that year. Iraq invaded Kuwait. Saddam has to go on the ballot. All right, so I'm going to do the first ballot then. And we're going to put on the ballot, we've got, I reckon, we're going to say Voot. We're going to put Bush Senior. We're going to put de Klerk on the ballot. We're going to put Mandela on the ballot. And we're going to put Saddam on the ballot for the first time. He's already been through one war without being recognized, but maybe Saddam should get it there. So People are voting, and Saddam is winning by a mile. Saddam is winning by a mile, has to be said. I'll just pull up some other tabs here. 1990 in film, 1990 in music. Hold on, 1990 in music. What else do I have? Books published in 1990. Books published in 1990. That'll do us, I think. Oh, yes. And 1990 in television we want as well. Let's call it American television. Should give us a... Okay, so... let's have a look at the results of the poll. The poll... I mean, Saddam is miles in front. It's going to be Saddam versus de Klerk. I mean, Saddam is winning so comfortably that I wonder... I'm just going to say runoff. Do the runoff. Saddam versus de Klerk. I think possibly 1990 is the only year de Klerk could possibly win. I remember a bit of de Klerk mania. You know, the man who ended apartheid, essentially. Whether that's something we want to celebrate is an open question, I would suggest. Tim Berners-Lee begins work on the World Wide Web 19 months after his seminal 1989 outline. Hold on a second. What year do we put Tim Berners-Lee on the ballot? I think Tim Berners-Lee has to be on the ballot, friends. There's just no way. It's 1990. Stop the vote, stop the vote, stop the vote. Saddam has won again. Saddam has won. Are people saying Berners-Lee in 1991? In 1991, Berners-Lee first posted on Usenet. Okay, we'll give Berners-Lee 91 for Berners-Lee. Don't forget, scientists go on the left. But anyway, Saddam Hussein becomes Time Person of the Year for 1990. On the cultural front, well, Rowan Atkinson, Mr. Bean was a worldwide smash, one of the most successful comedy things of all time after a decade of doing Blackadder for Rowan Atkinson. Probably one of the most famous people in the world, still even. Biggest film of that year was Ghost. I remember my mother loved Ghost when it came out. It was very much a woman's film, wasn't it? Dances with Wolves. I mean, this is Home Alone. Yeah, not really kind of Time Person of the Year worthy. Biggest selling albums of that year. Michael Jackson was given Artist of the Decade by George H.W. Bush. What were the highest selling records of that year? Let me have a look. Hold on. Top selling music of 1990. Top selling albums of 1990. Best selling album of the 90s. Okay. I want specifically 1990 in music. No, that's a list of all the top 10s. Oh, bloody hell. Let me just have a look. Best-selling album of that year in the UK was Madonna's Immaculate Conception and The Very Best of Elton John. Best-selling in America that year was nothing really. Nothing's standing out for 1990 that I can see. MTV Unplugged came out. Squeeze were the first band ever to play on there. Are we really going to give it to Rowan Atkinson? It seems a bit weak. Seems a bit weak, to be honest. I can't really see any decent music that came out. I mean, Godfather didn't win in 72, so we're not going to. The Simpsons aired its first regular episode. We could put the creator Matt Groening, the creator of The Simpsons, on the ballot because The Simpsons is still running. It's a big, it was a big cultural achievement. I reckon we could put Matt Groening on the ballot for Simpsons. We could put Rowan Atkinson on the ballot. Anyone else? Not really seeing. Slim is poor year, really. Poor year. Bad year for film. Fuck all going on in music, as far as I can see. Let me see if I can get a list of best-selling albums. Best-selling albums, 1990s here. See if I can get a list. The 100 biggest selling albums of the 90s. I'm just going to try to get. It's not a good list. Hold on a minute. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. I found the site that I was using before. Nothing. Just Madonna's Immaculate Conception. I am not putting Madonna back on the ballot for 1990. She doesn't deserve to be there for 1990. If she doesn't win it in the 80s, she's not winning in the 90s. I think that's it. I think it's Matt Groening and Rowan Atkinson. Let's see if the chat have got anyone. Yeah, Vanilla Ice is not Time Man of the Year. Nah. None of these. 1990 was a real off year for film and music. Absolutely nothing happened in 1990. So it's going to have to be... This is enormously weak. It's going to have to be Matt Groening for Simpsons and Rowan Atkinson for Mr. Bean and for Blackadder as well. So Rowan Atkinson... Because, you've got to remember how big Mr. Bean was. Mr. Bean, to give you an idea of its worldwide reach, has sold. I would say Mr. Bean is probably as big as, in terms of sales and the amount of countries it is aired in, and it made Rowan Atkinson a multi-millionaire. Blackadder goes fourth, ended in 89. Mr. Bean started in 1990. I'm just thinking, like, we were talking about Tim Berners-Lee. I remember at the opening of the 2012 Olympics, and who did they choose to represent Great Britain with Tim Berners-Lee? It was Rowan Atkinson. Tim Berners-Lee doing like some weird, I think like Atkinson was on the piano or something and Berners-Lee was on a computer, and they were, and I think they chose Atkinson because he's one of the most recognizable men in the world. So let's vote. In terms of, 1990 World Cup was like Romario and Hadji, and none of them are Time Person of the Year worthy. So let's vote. It's Atkinson versus Groening. I think this is a weak year. All around a weak year, in my opinion. Yeah, Roberto Baggio, yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. Romario was 94 World Cup. Who were the strikers for Brazil in 1990? Were they even in the 1990 World Cup? I don't remember Brazil there. Was it won by the Argies? Who won the 1991? No, West Germany. West Germany. Is that right? Who won the 1990 World Cup? Germany. Germany won it. Germany won it. Who was up front for them? Klinsmann, the Kaiser at the back. Lothar Matthäus, was he playing then? Germany won. Okay, Germany. And Brazil was 94. That's right. Lothar Matthäus must have been playing. Anyway, we've had enough. 54-46. Matt Groening wins for The Simpsons. Very culturally significant. I don't think anybody would disagree. And we've seen a massive drop here between the 80s and the 90s here, in my opinion, already. But let's carry on, because the 90s may pick up pace. It may pick up pace. The 91 Time Person of the Year, the actual one, was Ted Turner, the founder of CNN. He founded CNN in 1980. The piece particularly highlights CNN's coverage of Operation Desert Storm and the Gulf War, proclaiming it as history as it happens. So in 1991, the media tapped itself on the back and gave the award to Ted Turner for establishing CNN. Also in 1991, Ted Turner was running WCW Wrestling after he bought the company in 1988, I want to say. I think 88 they bought. This is a kind of a weak one. So Czechoslovakia becomes the second Eastern European country to abandon its command economy. Communism is crumbling here. It's crumbling. Didn't the Berlin Wall come down in 91? The Berlin Wall came down, didn't it? Am I imagining this? The Berlin Wall came down. How didn't they give it to something to do with that? Time have missed the boat here. Come on, man. 89, there was the Berlin Wall. Oh, sure, we gave it to Gorbachev. We should have given it to David Hasselhoff. Hasselhoff. We missed the Berlin Wall. We gave it to Gorbachev. All right. Nelson Mandela of the African National Congress agreed to end violence between him and the Inkatha Freedom Party. Kush earthquake in the Hindu Kush. President Bush declares victory over Iraq. Could put Bush back on the ballot, I suppose. Berners-Lee is on the ballot and is basically the de facto favorite to win for inventing the internet. Whether he did actually invent the internet or not is up for question, but he's certainly the man who tends to get the credit for it. Time magazine publishes The Thriving Cult of Green and Power, an article highly critical of the Scientology movement. Elizabeth II becomes the first British monarch to address the US Congress during a 13-day royal visit. Wonder what she said. Ethiopian civil war. Boris Yeltsin is elected president of the Russian SFSR. He officially begins his term on July the 10th. Boris Yeltsin should probably go on the ballot. Those are the big events that happened that year. US boxer Mike Tyson is arrested and charged with a rape of Miss Black America, Desiree Washington. In New York City, a grand jury indicts the Bank of Credit and Commerce International. It's Tim Berners-Lee, isn't it? I'm going to put Yeltsin on the ballot, but it's Tim Berners-Lee. I might just give it to Tim Berners-Lee by fiat. Let's go for runoff. Tim Berners-Lee. Yes, the Serb-Croat war started. But I reckon we hold off on Milosevic until he is tried for crimes against humanity. That was his year, I reckon. Tim Berners-Lee and who do we say? Boris Yeltsin. Both absolutely world-changing events, but who wins? Frest, you said you can't believe this is still going. Where there's a will, there's a way. I will get there. All right, Berners-Lee easily has won. Let's not mess around. So Tim Berners-Lee. Now, there's a lot of contenders for 1991, friends, because Nirvana dropped Nevermind in 1991. I remember. I was alive. I was around. So Nirvana have to be automatically on the ballot, I would suggest. Era-defining band, and they were huge. I'm just looking up the books that were published in that year. Not a lot going on in the literary world, I'm afraid. What else happened? In film, Terminator 2 Judgment Day came out, as well as Beauty and the Beast and Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. Now, Kevin Costner in 1991 was massive, okay? And he was not only, right, in that movie, in the previous year, he had been in Dances with Wolves. Correct me if I'm wrong. He was in Dances with Wolves. And he had won Best Picture, Best Director for Dances with Wolves. He was in JFK in 1991, which was a huge movie. He was in Robin Hood. And on top of that, the soundtrack of Robin Hood, which was that Bryan Adams song, was #1 forever in 1991. I remember 1991. Bryan Adams was permanently #1 with Everything I Do It For You. So I would say that Kevin Costner has to go on. I don't give it to Bryan Adams. I say he's packaged in with Kevin Costner as part of that whole deal. Nirvana go on. Nirvana have to go on. Arnold Schwarzenegger's back on the ballot because Terminator 2 was massive. It grossed 520 million, 0.8 million. That was back in 1991. Okay, that is a massive gate. That is massive box office receipts for that film. It was everywhere, that movie. Silence of the Lambs also came out in 1991. Okay. Do we put Anthony Hopkins on the ballot? Because Hannibal Lecter has become a massive cultural phenomenon as well. Why are people crying for Queen? Why do people say Queen? Why Queen? What happened to Queen in 1991? Freddie Mercury died? No, he didn't, because he did the 92 Olympics. Why are people crying about Queen for 91? Let me just go through some of the biggest selling records of that year, okay? Metallica, 33 million for 91. Nirvana, Nevermind, 30 million for 91. But I would say Nirvana were more important to the cultural zeitgeist than Metallica were at that point. Metallica had a moment a little bit later on. I would say, I mean, in the music world, that is it, really. Those are the time contenders. Where are people getting Queen from? What's the Queen business? Why Queen? Mercury died in 91. Why do I remember Freddie Mercury doing the Olympic Games 92 anthem then? How did Freddie Mercury posthumously do that Barcelona thing? Can someone explain that to me? It was a ghost. Okay, so he died in 91, but he'd recorded the like the Barcelona thing already, right? Yeah, he pre-recorded Barcelona. Well, I mean, we can't just give it to Queen because Freddie Mercury died. Okay, right. We're gonna put them in. I don't think Mercury goes on the ballot, I'm afraid. No. You can't just get him for dying, even though Marilyn Monroe did. Okay, so vote. It's going to be Kevin Costner, who I think really did define 1991 in so many ways. He was very much a man of that moment. We're going to say Nirvana. We're going to say Anthony Hopkins. Anthony Hopkins, because that has become very culturally significant as well. And who else did we say? Arnie again. Arnie. Vote. I know he was number one for 16 weeks, but Bryan Adams was not the man. If you watch that music video, it's all like Costner was the man. Okay? It was Kevin Costner. It was Costner. Why are you abstaining? Okay, let's end the poll. It's going to be Nirvana versus Arnie. Costner robbed. Kevin Costner robbed. But anyway, let's... Terminator 2 was so big that year, though, that Arnie would be a fair winner. So let's do the runoff. It's going to be Nirvana versus Arnie. There's an argument to say Kurt Cobain should go in solo, but you know, Nirvana's winning this. Clearly, I mean, Nirvana in the cultural memory and the zeitgeist was huge as well. It's just huge. All of these things are massive, what we're talking about. Okay, so Arnie, I mean, I think realistically, Arnie shouldn't have gone in for 84. That should have been Mr. T or Hulk Hogan. But because chat is full of nerds, they gave it to Schwarzenegger then. So we've got Nirvana winning now. But really, if Arnie was ever going to win, it should have been for Terminator 2, not for Terminator 1. Anyway, mistakes were made. I may well do an expert panel stream in the new year to go over these results. Anyway, let's carry on, because the 1992 Time Man of the Year was Bill Clinton. Clinton was elected president of the United States in 92, defeating the incumbent president, George H.W. Bush. Shall we just stick with that? Shall we just say Clinton wins by fiat for 92? Boutros Ghali of Egypt replaces Javier Perez de Celia of Peru as United States Secretary General. That is funny for fans of the Fast Show. Remember the Spanish Boutros Ghali? They were always talking about him. What else do we have? China and Israel established diplomatic relations. Boris Yeltsin announces that Russia will stop targeting cities of the United States and its allies with nuclear weapons. So Yeltsin working his magic. George Bush meets Yeltsin at Camp David, where they formally declare that the Cold War is over. Do we put Boris Yeltsin on the ballot? I think we do. F.W. de Klerk and Nelson Mandela, the African National Congress leader, are jointly awarded the Felix Peace Prize at the UNESCO headquarters in Paris. I'm pretty sure that de Klerk got the Nobel Peace Prize as well. Was it that year that he got the Nobel Peace Prize? I think he did get the Nobel Peace Prize, de Klerk. So maybe we should just put de Klerk on the ballot for that, or Mandela. Then we've got the Maastricht Treaty is signed, founding the European Union. Boo. In Venezuela, Hugo Chavez leads an unsuccessful coup against then President Carlos Perez. In Lebanon, Israeli helicopter gunships assassinate Abbas al-Sawi, the leader of Hezbollah, and his son, in retaliation, did a raid that killed 3 Israeli soldiers. White South Africans vote in favor of political reforms which will end the apartheid regime and create a power-sharing, multiracial government. What a colossal fuck-up that was, white South Africans. What a fuck-up that was. What else? In Bosnia and Herzegovina, they proclaimed independence from the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. Serb troops, following a mass rebellion of Serbs in Bosnia and Herzegovina against the Bosnian Declaration of Independence from Yugoslavia, besiege the city of Sarajevo. So things are heating up in the dissolution of Yugoslavia. The Freddie Mercury tribute concert was held in Wembley Stadium. It is televised live to over 1 billion people and raises millions of dollars for AIDS research. Maybe we should have put Freddie Mercury on the ballot. 1 billion people audience. That's a huge audience for the Freddie Mercury tribute concert. Space Shuttle Endeavour makes its maiden flight. UN peacekeepers withdraw from Sarajevo. Nelson Mandela announces that the ANC will halt negotiations with the government of South Africa following the Boipatong massacre of June the 17th. Iraq disarmament crisis. Millions of black South Africans participate in a general strike called by the ANC to protest the lack of progress in negotiations with the state president of South Africa, F.W. de Klerk. John Major announces the creation of Iraqi no-fly zones. He obviously had become the UK Prime Minister following the departure of the Thatch in the previous year. The Church of England votes to allow women to become priests. Boo. More than 350,000 people rally in Berlin to protest right-wing violence against immigrants. Stones and eggs are thrown at President of Germany, Richard von Weizsäcker, and Chancellor of Germany, Helmut Kohl. Russian President Boris Yeltsin releases the flight data recorder FDR and cockpit voice recorder CVR of Korean Air Flight 07, which was shot down by the Soviets in 1983. Yes, okay, so in terms of who goes on the ballot for this year, I think de Klerk yet again, basically for ending apartheid. We put Yeltsin on the ballot, essentially for ending the USSR and being the first president. We put Bill Clinton on the ballot, and we'll put is Milosevic really kind of running the show in Sarajevo yet? Let's have a look. In the Bosnian War, when exactly did Slobodan Milosevic? He came to power, disarmed as he had dominant party rule. Okay. Anti-bureaucratic, yeah. Yeah, I reckon he should go on the ballot as well for this year. So let's put on vote. We'll put on and don't forget, Bill Clinton did become the president. So we'll put on Clinton. We'll put on Yeltsin. We'll put on de Klerk. And we'll put on Milosevic for the first time, I think. Milosevic. Vote. Yeltsin is breaking away here. It's going to be Yeltsin versus Clinton, so let's just end this now. Runoff, Yeltsin versus Clinton. Runoff, Yeltsin versus Clinton. When in doubt, either go with the president of Russia or the president of America. That's how many of these things go. And we'll get into the much more fun part, which is the cultural side. And the highest grossing film of that year was Aladdin, the Disney movie. Bodyguard was the second one. Also starring, by the way, Kevin Costner. I'm going to put Kevin Costner back on the ballot. Batman Returns came out that year. So if Michael Keaton's ever going to make it, I don't think he is. Michael Keaton was never that famous in his own right. He just happened to be Batman. Basic Instinct came out that year. Nah. Home Alone 2. Nah. In terms of music, Nevermind is still number one in the US Billboard charts. Ric Flair won the Royal Rumble. Yeah, I don't think any of this is. The Bodyguard soundtrack by Whitney Houston sold 45 million records that year. The Bodyguard was a very big hit. And if Whitney Houston was big in 1992. Shania, yeah. ABBA's Greatest Hits was the second biggest selling record that year. 32 million. I don't think we're going to get anything. Eric Clapton Unplugged. I mean, he was clearly not Time Person of the Year worthy. I reckon Whitney Houston. I reckon just Kevin Costner again because he was in Bodyguard. It's weak though, isn't it? It's really weak. Really weak stuff. I mean, who was in Aladdin? That was basically a kind of Robin Williams star vehicle, wasn't it? Robin Williams. Now, I made a thread a while back saying why I think Robin Williams is the embodiment of boomer truth. Everything about him, basically. And I one day I want to do a stream about why I think that as much as you think you love Robin Williams, you shouldn't love him. Was he really Time Person of the Year in 1992, though? Not really. This is a phenomenally weak year. This is such a weak year. Clint Eastwood for what? Unforgiven. Unforgiven wasn't even in the top 10 highest grossing movies that year. It did win Best Film and Best Director for Clint Eastwood. I suppose Al Pacino was in Scent of a Woman that year, and he won Best Oscar, his first ever Best Oscar, Best Actor Oscar, and that was where he, hoo-ha, hoo-ha. It was the birth of 90s Al. And also Al Pacino in 1992 was in Glengarry Glen Ross, which is a fucking amazing film. Can I sneak Al Pacino back on the ballot just to do the fucking weakness of the year? Such a weak year. Hoo-ha! I'm gonna stick Al Pacino on there. When was Godfather 3? When was Godfather? Godfather 3 was 1990. Carlito's Way 93. All right, I'm gonna put Pacino back on the ballot. Hoo-ha! We still haven't finished. Okay, so Yeltsin comfortably won. Boris Yeltsin. So far, none of the Time Person of the Year for 1990 have gone in. This is going to be very interesting. Pacino was big around this time, and I would say never bigger than in 92 when he won that Oscar. So we're going to say, we're going to put Whitney Houston, who was, whether you like her or not, massive in 92. We're going to put Kevin Costner, who, coming off the back of Dances with Wolves, bloody Robin Hood, what was the other film he was in? JFK, is now in the smash hit of the year Bodyguard as well. So he's having a massive early 90s. Then we've got Al Pacino, who won Best Oscar, Best Actor, and he was in Glengarry Glen Ross, and he invented the hoo-ha character. And we've got Clint Eastwood, who's having a late career resurgence, which is still ongoing, basically, with Unforgiven. This was the birth. Unforgiven is the birth of late Clint, and he still hasn't stopped, as far as I'm aware. Vote. Daniel Day-Lewis will have other chances. Dances with Wolves, 1990. Day-Lewis will have other chances. Don't you worry about that. It's going to be between Pacino and Costner. It's a straight runoff between the two actors. Pacino versus Costner. Runoff. Costner. Pacino. Costner, the housewife's choice. Pacino, also the housewife's choice, but for a very different reason. Costner's winning easily. And it's probably right. Like, Pacino was the critic's choice. Costner was the box office choice, basically. Costner was the box office choice. I think it's correct, basically. So, yeah, let's end the poll. Kevin Costner. Sorry, Al. I love you, but popular bloody voting public are just disgusting, aren't they? Okay, so Eddie Murphy's already come, been, and gone. Salad Fork. He was big in the 80s. Beverly Hills Cop, 48 Hours, Coming to America. They were all in the 80s. Al Pacino may have one more chance for Heat, arguably, in 95, but really that is last chance saloon for Big Al. Hold on a second. Didn't Reservoir Dogs come out in 92? Am I imagining that? Should Tarantino be on the ballot? Maybe not for Reservoir Dogs. Tarantino's on the map anyway. He should be lurking. Tarantino, I mean, Pulp Fiction may get a Travolta, because we gave it to Travolta for 78. The size of the Travolta comeback in 94 cannot be underestimated, friends. I mean, he made a lot of films after that came out. So Tarantino arguably made the decade-defining film in 1994 with Pulp Fiction. Anyway, the actual time winner of the year for 1993 were The Peacemakers. The Peacemakers, represented by Yasser Arafat, F.W. de Klerk, Nelson Mandela, and Yitzhak Rabin. De Klerk, as state president of South Africa, oversaw Mandela's release from prison in 1990. In 1993, the pair were negotiating the end of the apartheid system and just jointly won the Nobel Peace Prize. Yasser Arafat, as president of the PLO, of the Palestinian National Authority, and Rabin, as Prime Minister of Israel, signed the Oslo Accord in 1993. Well, how's that going? 2023 is knocking and is wondering. The first face-to-face agreement between the Palestinian and Israeli authorities. Are we happy with the Peacemakers? I don't think so. Let's see what was happening in 93. Why is George H.W. Bush still knocking around? Oh, Bill. Okay, so I always forget, for the first couple of days of January, the old president is still there. So anyway, George H.W. Bush and Yeltsin signed the Second Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty. Bombay riots take place in Mumbai. Bill Clinton sworn in as the 42nd president. Václav Havel is elected as president of the Czech Republic. Do we put Havel on the ballot? Because he is very often quoted these days, and you know, kind of an influential figure. World Trade Center bombing. In New York City, a van bomb parked below the North Tower of the World Trade Center explodes, killing 6 people and injuring over 1,000. Janet Reno is confirmed by the United States Senate and sworn in the next day, becoming the first female Attorney General of the United States. Boo! Janet Reno is an absolute cow. I learnt about Janet Reno from Jizza Genius of the Wu-Tang Clan, by the way, where randomly in one of the songs he raps, "Ain't no hip-hop connection between us and Janet Reno," and I've never understood what Jizzo is talking about, why Janet Reno gets name dropped, and why the Wu-Tang Clan formally distanced themselves from her. But that's how I first learned about who Janet Reno was. Isaac Weizmann becomes president of Israel. Yang Zemin becomes president of the People's Republic of China. Unforgiven won's Best Picture. Bosnian War is still ongoing. The siege takes place in Waco. A 51-day standoff at the Branch Davidian compound near Waco, Texas, ends with a fire that kills 76 people, including David Koresh. I am sure there are 1,000,001 videos you can watch on BitChute and Odyssey about Waco if you're interested. I mean, do we put David Koresh on the ballot? Maybe. David Koresh, Man of the Year? Maybe. Let's stick him on the ballot. Let's see. World Health Organization declares tuberculosis a global emergency. Large protests erupt against Slobodan Milosevic regime in Belgrade. The opposition leader Zuk Dreskovich and his wife Danica are arrested. Based. Do we put Milosevic back on the ballot? I think I'm going to keep on putting him on the ballot. Koresh, Milosevic. What else? Bill Clinton orders a cruise missile attack on Iraqi intelligence headquarters in Baghdad. Okay. The Israeli Supreme Court acquits accused Nazi death camp guard John Demjanjuk of all charges, and he is set free in a rare show of mercy by the Israelis. Yeah. Bhutto re-elected in Pakistan. Yeah. Pablo Escobar, the Colombian drug lord, is gunned down by the police. F's in the chat for Pablo Escobar, former Time Person of the Year. He won in 1986, according to us. So Pablo Escobar has been gunned down. Slim pickings, really. I mean, I'm going to put the following people on the ballot. Vote. I'm going to put Arafat on the ballot. I'm going to put Milosevic on the ballot. I'm going to put David Koresh on the ballot, and I'm going to put who else did we say? Havel, Václav Havel on the ballot as well. Vote. Arafat, Storm. No, Koresh is taking an early lead. It's Koresh out of nowhere, knocking out of the park for Waco, Texas. It's going to be a runoff between Milosevic and Koresh. Milosevic versus Koresh. Okay, runoff. Milosevic, Koresh in the runoff. Tell you what, the 90s have been fucking shite, haven't they? They've been rubbish compared to the 80s. Oh, it's close. It's a draw. I'm going to end the poll. Slobodan Milosevic, I believe, has just won. 50-50. Right. Vote again. Vote again. Vote again. Milosevic, Koresh. Vote again. What books came out in 93? This is a terrible little period here in the early 90s for basically everything. This is such a shitty little period. I think we talked about this on Unpopular Opinions recently, how bad the early 90s were in terms of a lot of things. It was just like, this is like peak kind of end of history period right here. Horrible. When did The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air come out? Maybe we should just give it to Will Smith. Beavis and Butthead premieres on MTV. Beavis and Butthead were not big enough. Hulk Hogan came back to the WWF. He's not going to win it in 90. If he's not winning it in 86, he's not winning it in 93. 1 month after federal agents made an infamous raid on David Koresh's Waco, Texas compound, NBC broadcast a hastily produced television movie based on the incident called In the Line of Duty, Ambush in Waco, with Tim Daly playing Koresh for the movie. Look at that. All right, Milosevic has won. Milosevic has won. Koresh beaten. Koresh beaten back by the forces of sanity. Schizo Bros taking an absolute pounding. Schizo Bros most affected. Okay, so Milosevic is our left column Time Man of the Year. The right column for 93, in terms of best-selling albums, we've got Mariah Carey's Music Box. Wank. I'm not sticking Mariah Carey on, not big enough. Ace of Base's The Sign. No, I really enjoyed that at the time. I remember being I must have been like 11 or something in 1993, and that song, The Sign, and all that she wants is another lady, baby. She's gone tomorrow, and all that she wants. Ace of Base were catchy. I am not accepting Ace of Base as Time Person of the Year, though. But it was like that album was mega catchy. All That She Wants and The Sign were super catchy songs that year. Maybe it should be Ace of Base. No. Janet Jackson released Janet in 93. Nah. 93 in film, and the hit film of that year was Jurassic Park, which took a staggering $914.6 million. That is in 1993 dollars. So that's an almost $1 billion gate for Jurassic Park. Do we put Steven Spielberg on the ballot? I fucking hate Spielberg. Did Spielberg win before? Spielberg hasn't won this before, so maybe he should go on the ballot, because also in 1993, he directed Schindler's List, which made $321.3 million. Oh, bollocks. I fucking hate Steven Spielberg. Do you know that I was massively into dinosaurs as a kid? I was like really into dinosaurs. I wanted to be a professor of paleontology. I posted that picture of me in the little bow tie and suspenders, and I took to wearing glasses, but that's because I wanted to be a professor of paleontology. I was really loved dinosaurs. And when Jurassic Park came out, basically everybody was into dinosaurs, and it killed my little thing. And, rather than being happy, I just couldn't stand it. And it killed my love of dinosaurs. Because it took my thing away from me and made it everybody's. They took dinosaurs away from me. I'm not happy about that. I mean, I'm struggling to see a second person to be. The other films that out with a firm. Best actor that year was Anthony Hopkins for Remains of the Day. No, Tom Hanks for Philadelphia. Schindler's List won Best Film. Spielberg won Best Director for Schindler's List. Indiana Jones came out in the 80s, mate. But Harrison Ford basically won because he was in bloody Empire Strikes Back and Apocalypse Now, and then he was Indiana Jones in back-to-back years in 81. So we gave it to Harrison Ford. Is anyone even close to Spielberg? Is there anyone even in the remote ballpark of Spielberg that we can put in there? Did you know that Whitney Houston's "I Will Always Love You" came out in 1991, in 1993, and it stayed at it was in 1993. It had been 14 weeks at number one in the USA. Do you know how hard it is to get a number one hit single in America? That was number one for 14 weeks. I'm going to put Whitney Houston back on the ballot. Voot. Yeah, but you know the achievement came in, so I'm going to put Whitney Houston back on the ballot, even though she's a very weak candidate. I'm going to put Steven Spielberg. I'm going to put. Can I even put it? I mean, Al Pacino was in. Bill Murray was in Groundhog Day that year. Bill Murray has never been on the ballot. I'm going to put Bill Murray on the ballot for Groundhog Day, an absolute legend. When did Seinfeld come out? Seinfeld. George Carlin had a massive hit tour with yes, George Carlin was a big comedian that year. Okay, the season finale of Seinfeld, expanded to 60 minutes. The episode concludes with a season-long story sequence involving a pilot show written by Jerry and George. It's about nothing, Jerry. It's about nothing. I'm going to put Jerry Seinfeld on the ballot because the audience for that show was 80.4 million for that Seinfeld episode. 80.4 million people watched the season finale of season 4 of Seinfeld. That's an enormous audience. Yeah, Seinfeld, Jerry Seinfeld. Jerry Seinfeld goes on the ballot. Okay, vote. Come on, Seinfeld. Come on, Bill Murray. Come on, Whitney Houston. Come on, Bill Murray is so good in Groundhog Day. Ned Peterson. Come on, come on. You love that film. Come on, Bill. Come on, Jerry. Jerry. Gonna need more people voting than this because Murray and Seinfeld are on 24 each, and we need one of them to go in front. Okay, Bill Murray's gone in front. All right. It's going to be Bill Murray versus Steven Spielberg. Runoff. Bill Murray, awesome actor, against massively overrated director and horrible propagandist Steven Spielberg. Go on, Murray. Go on, Murray. Go on, Murray. Stopping them. Oh, shit. Go on, Murray. I was too late. Keep on voting. It's 50-50. Keep on voting. It's ending the poll. Oh, shit. I missed again. Yes. All right. Bill Murray wins Time Person of the Year. 1993. Correctly. Massive win for Bill Murray. And we're going to continue here because the 1994 Time Man of the Year was Pope John Paul II. The Pope, basically in 94, had been active for several decades. He released a book-length interview and English translation of the Catechism of the Catholic Church. He ruled out the ordination of women, common John Paul II win. He criticized the promotion of abortion-based and family planning at the Cairo conference, and he established relations with Israel, a little bit less based. Okay, so what else? Now, we gave it to John Paul back in 1987, so he's already had it. I'm not sure if he can have a second award just for being the Pope. But I feel like Steven Spielberg really should be the winner. Bill Murray shouldn't be the Time Man of the Year. It was Steven Spielberg. I know it was fun. But come on. Wait a second. Wait. Stop. I've just realized something. 1990, we forgot about the massive phenomenon that was Super Mario Brothers 3. So we need to have a revote, a runoff between Mac Groening and Miyamoto for 1990. Miyamoto versus Groening, because Super Mario Brothers 3 was the biggest video game ever. When that came out, it was such a cultural phenomenon that it really was something massive that happened in 1990. So I'm stopping the vote, and Miyamoto has won. So that is, I think, the correct result. That is the correct result. The Simpsons, The Simpsons can have it for another year, so it doesn't have to be the year that it comes out. In 1990, Mario 3 was bigger than The Simpsons, without doubt. Later on, The Simpsons became huge, but in 1990, it was Mario. I'm telling you. All right, so 94, the actual Time Person of the Year was John Paul II. So what else happened? Edvard Munch's The Painting, the Scream, is stolen in Oslo. It was recovered a couple of months later. That happened in February. Record cold temperatures hit eastern United States. The Zapatista uprising took place. What else happened? People's Republic of China is connected to the internet. 94. Apple Computer releases the Power Macintosh, the first Macintosh computers to use the new PowerPC microprocessors. Steven Spielberg won a pile of awards. Silvio Berlusconi's right-wing coalition wins the Italian general election. Do we put Silvio on the ballot? He becomes a towering figure in Italian politics for the next 20 years. Kurt Cobain, the lead singer of Nirvana, commits suicide at the age of 27 at his home in Seattle. Body is found 3 days later. The Rwanda genocide begins in Rwanda. The rapper Nas releases his classic album Illmatic. Nelson Mandela is inaugurated as South America's first black president. Pretty sure that beats just being the Pope for that year, to be honest. Michael Jackson marries Lisa Marie Presley. The Channel Tunnel is completed. I remember that happening. It was a big deal, the Channel Tunnel. Jeff Bezos founds Amazon. I think founding Amazon is a pretty major move in the overall scheme of things. So Jeff Bezos has to be on the ballot. Brazil wins the World Cup. Nelson Mandela and Jeff Bezos are stronger than the Pope, I'm saying. President Bill Clinton signs federal assault weapons ban. 94 World Series was cancelled due to an ongoing work stoppage. The first time the World Series will not be played since 1904. A letter by former US President Ronald Reagan announces that he has Alzheimer's disease. George Foreman became the world's oldest heavyweight boxing champion in history. When did George Foreman release his grill? If he did that in 94, maybe he could be on the ballot. When did the George Foreman grill come out? 1994. Oh my gosh. George Foreman is on the ballot. George Foreman is on the ballot on the cultural side. No. Yeah, on the cultural side. Yeah, on the cultural side. Pyroclastic flows cause 60 deaths in Java. Pyroclastic flow, heavy like tons of snow. $50 million bailout by the Clinton administration due to the tequila effect on global markets. That's the kind of experiment that goes wrong in Mexico. And that book by John Gray I was reading about has a whole section on the financial disaster in Mexico. Sony releases the PlayStation that year as well. Boris Yeltsin orders troops to Chechnya. All right, I think it's just going to be a straight runoff between Jeff Bezos and O.J. Simpson and his friend flee from the police in the white Ford Bronco. Tell you what, that O.J. Simpson trial was massive. O.J. Simpson has to be on the ballot on the cultural side. Pretty much it's just going to be Nelson Mandela versus Jeff Bezos. Yeah. Runoff. Mandela, Bezos. Bezos for founding Amazon, Mandela for it doesn't matter that he was no one. He founded Amazon. Yeah, I know the trial didn't start, but the chase, the police car chase, everybody watched it live. It was huge. George Foreman's on the cultural side. I know Amazon hadn't got anywhere, but look, we gave it to Bill Gates. Hasn't actually won it yet, has he? We gave it to somebody fairly early. We gave it to Steve Wozniak in 1976 for releasing a video game as well as early Apple stuff, and we also gave it to Steve. No, we did not give it to Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs has been on the ballot, right? So we have to put these figures on the ballot. It's Mandela. Okay, Nelson Mandela is one. I am absolutely dumbfounded that Nelson Mandela did not win the Time Man of the Year in 1994. That's weird, isn't it? You'd have thought you'd be a slam dunk, wouldn't you? In terms of movies and things for that year, the obvious one that we have to talk about is, even though the highest grossing film of that year was The Lion King, the big movie of that year that everybody will remember is, of course, Pulp Fiction. That was the movie that captured the cultural zeitgeist. So we have to put Quentin Tarantino and I would say John Travolta on the ballot just for that movie. I will also say in music, we've already put Nirvana in, so I'm not putting Cobain on again. When did Oasis first come out with What's the Story and all of that? When did Oasis burst on the scene? 95. But Definitely Maybe was out already, wasn't it? Definitely Maybe came out in 94, didn't it? Definitely Maybe only sold not 5 million records, right? So it wasn't as big as What's the Story. But Oasis are kind of lurking. Maybe 95 is their year. 95 for Oasis. I am never giving it to Bon Jovi. Nah, no. Mariah Carey's "Merry Christmas" came out that year. Crap. Nah. So there's no real music characters that I'm seeing that are in the ballpark of that. George Foreman is going on the ballot. Okay, so we've got George Foreman for not only becoming the oldest champion ever, but for also releasing the Foreman grill, the grill. And then we've got O.J. Simpson. And then we've got John Travolta, who had a massive resurgence at this time due to how cool he was in Pulp Fiction. And then, of course, we have to put Quentin Tarantino on the ballot for changing the next 20 years of cinema. Vote! I mean, if you think of cinema prior to 93 and all these turgid, horrible movies like the Spielberg ones and the Costner ones, and the Quentin Tarantino was a massive breath of fresh air when he hit the scene of this movie Pulp Fiction. So O.J. Simpson was, I tell you what, Simpson was massive in that year. That story was all anybody talked about. I remember it. I lived through it. I even remember like Johnny Cochran and Shapiro, and I remember his entire like legal defense team. Okay, it looks like it's going to be Tarantino versus O.J. Simpson. So let's do the runoff. Tarantino versus Simpson. That chase was big, Dan. You see, Dan is old enough to remember. I remember watching it as well. What did Tom Hanks do in 94? Oh, he was in Forrest Gump. That's true. Oh, you're right. Do you know, you're right. Forrest Gump was big. Forrest Gump makes 677 million. I'm going to make Tarantino run off again. You're right. I'm going to make another runoff. Tarantino's really into it if he wins again. Tarantino versus Hanks. You're right. Tom Hanks was everywhere at this time. Forrest Gump was huge. Tom Hanks was a massive superstar as well. Big year for him. Let me just see Tom Hanks's filmography a second, because he'd been in a he just won best Oscar best actor for Philadelphia the previous year. Then he did Forrest Gump. In 95, the next year he does Toy Story and Apollo 13. And then 3 years after that, they're Saving Private Ryan and Toy Story 2. So I would say Tom Hanks has got other chances to win. But yeah, it's Tarantino. Just no doubt. Okay, so let's do this. Quentin Tarantino. Yeah. Okay, so 95, and the Time Person of the Year was Newt Gingrich, the leader of the Republican Revolution, a Republican Party election landslide, which led to Gingrich being elected Speaker of the House. Now that seems oddly parochial to me. That seems like very much like American domestic politics. It doesn't feel like Time Person of the Year worthy. So let's see what was going on. The Mexican peso crisis is carrying on. Bill Clinton invokes emergency powers, extends a $20 billion loan to help Mexico avert financial collapse. I remember that was in 1995 money. That's huge. So, I mean, Bill Clinton hasn't won it yet. 21 Bosnian Serb commandos are charged with genocide and crimes against humanity in the United Nations International Criminal Tribunal against the former Yugoslavia. So that was happening. The United Kingdom's oldest investment bank, Barings Bank, collapses after securities broker Nick Leeson loses $1.4 billion by speculating on the Tokyo Stock Exchange. Do we put Nick Leeson on the ballot for the collapse of Barings Bank? I think that is a huge thing that happened that year. I'm going to put Nick Leeson on the ballot. Mike Tyson is released from prison. Oklahoma City bombing, 168 people, including 8 federal marshals and 19 children, are killed at the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building. 680 are wounded with a bomb set off by Timothy McVeigh. Jacques Chirac is elected the president of France. The Dalai Lama proclaims 6-year-old Gedon Chueki Nyima as the 11th reincarnation of Panchen Lama. But 3 days later, the boy is detained by Chinese authorities and is never seen again. Oh my gosh. Bastards, the Chinese. They stole the new Panchen Lama. 6-year-old boy. I wonder what he's doing now. Do you think they killed him? Do you think he's just kind of living in China as a anonymous drone? What happened to him? Ajax won the UEFA Champions League. I remember that team well. That was Carnu and Michel Reisinger and that whole generation of Dutch stars. I think Edgar Davids was in that team. I think Clarence Seedorf was in that team. That was a huge team, that Ajax team. They dominated Dutch football for the next 20 years, pretty much. What else? Not Carnu. What's his name? Michel Kluivert, not Carnu. Kluivert, not Carnu. Kluivert. Although I think Carnu was in that team as well. Let me just have a look at that. That Ajax team. Hold on a minute. 1995 European Cup final. Just want to have a quick look at the UEFA Champions League final. Oh my God, look at these two lineups. Lining up for Ajax, Van der Sar, Reisinger, Danny Blind, Frank de Boer, Rijkaard in midfield, Clarence Seedorf, Edgar Davids, Jari Litmanen. Then we had Fernindi George, Mark Overmars, and Ronald de Boer up front, with Patrick Kluivert, Peter van Vossen, and Carnu and Winston Bohada on the bench. Louis van Gaal, the manager. What a fucking team that was. And look at the Milan side they played. Rossi in goal, Panucci right back, Costa Curta and Baresi centre-backs, Maldini, Albertini and Desai in midfield, Boban and Donadoni, Massaro and Simoni up front, Lentini, Rani Gali on the bench, Fabio Capello, the manager. That has got to be one of the most legendary football matches of all time. I know Bohada was dreadful, but I mean, that is just classic mid-90s. I mean, I don't think there have been two better sides ever in the... I mean, just incredible. And that Ajax side, they were all super young. They were all 18. And so they would all go on to be legends. Every single person in that side is pretty much a legend, apart from Fernindi George. So anyway, let's carry on. Brilliant team that was. I'm not going to put Van Gaal on the ballot, though. Saddam Hussein makes new revelations about the full extent of Iraq's biological and nuclear weapons programs. Aye. Yeah, still conflict going on in the Balkans. Made a trial of O.J. Simpson. I mean, we could put O.J. Simpson on the ballot again. Oasis released their second album, What's the Story, Morning Glory, which proves to be one of the most successful albums of all time. And pretty much an album that certainly in this country, defines the entire decade of the 1990s. We have to put Oasis on the ballot for this year on the cultural side. What else? Operation Desert Storm officially ends. NATO peacekeeping begins in Bosnia. I feel like there's a big business story we're missing. Wasn't there an operating system that came out in 1995? Windows 95? It's got to be Gates. It's Gates. It's Bill Gates. I'm just going to put Bill Gates in as a fiat. There's just nobody else who's even close. Bill Gates wins for Windows 95. The end. The end. Yeah, Bill Gates. So, on the cultural side, who goes on the ballot with Oasis is the question. Now, Toy Story was a big hit that year, and Apollo 13 were the 2 and 3 films of that year. GoldenEye came out. I am not putting Pierce Brosnan on the ballot on the basis that none of the other Bonds have ever been on the ballot. Now, Batman Forever came out that year. Batman franchise becomes the 5th film franchise in history to gross over $1 billion with the release of Batman Forever. So, I mean, I think Michael Keaton himself was not that famous, though. He really wasn't. It's one of those weird things where even though he was the star, he wasn't a big star himself. I remember the soundtrack of Batman Forever being quite big at that time. I'm just having a look at what other albums came out in 95. Alanis Morissette's Jagged Little Pill. I mean, that was huge as well, you know. That was everywhere. You couldn't put on the radio without hearing bloody Alanis Morissette in the mid-90s. If you lived through it, you know, Hand in My Pocket, Isn't It Ironic, All I Really Want. Yeah, Alanis Morissette. It was played into the oblivion, that. Toy Story 1 was 95 as well. This was Toy Story 1 and Apollo 13 back to back. So it's going to be Tom Hanks. Voot. It's going to be Oasis. It's going to be Alanis Morissette. Probably the only year she'll make it onto the ballot. We're going to have Tom Hanks. It's not about the quality of the record. It's just that you cannot... It was just everywhere. You couldn't escape Alanis Morissette in 1995. If you lived through it, you know what I'm talking about. And I reckon O.J. Simpson, I reckon O.J. Simpson for the trial. Because that was huge too. I'm going to say O.J. Simpson again. So, vote. I mean, I heard all of the songs on Jagged Little Pill and watched the story Morning Glory so much that I reckon if you held a gun to my head, I could probably do both albums. I could probably just sing them for you. I may get a word wrong here or there, but it's just one of those things. It's just they were just everywhere. I think we've seen a massive, other than Tarantino really, and Berners-Lee, I think we've seen a massive drop-off in the caliber of candidates for the 90s so far. The 90s really feel like a kind of, if like the 80s are like the cocaine rush, something about the 90s is like it's coming back down again. Something like... Anyway, let's end the vote. It's going to be Oasis versus O.J. Simpson. So let's do the runoff. It's going to be Oasis. Yeah, music shines. It keeps me up all night, up all night. I mean, you cannot underestimate how big Oasis were in the 90s. I mean, I remember going to pubs and an Oasis song where literally you'd look across. Well, how old was I in 1995? You'd look across basically, and everybody would be singing. Everybody would be like, everybody knew all the words to all the songs. It was huge. Then again, with this nerdlinger crowd, you didn't even give it to the Beatles in '64. So, and the Beatles in '64 were bigger than Oasis in '95. But anyway, let's end the vote. Oasis have won. So our winner for '95 is Oasis. And I would say that is the most 1995 looking Time Person of the Year imaginable. In terms of like completely defining the moment, Bill Gates and Oasis is one of the most correct years we've had so far. So 96 then, the Time Person of the Year was David Ho. Ho was a scientist who pioneered much AIDS research. In 1996, he had announced that the medical trial of combination therapy had reached the viral load in HIV-positive patients to levels too low to be measured, changing the disease profile from terminal to a manageable disease. So David Ho was the Time Person of the Year for AIDS research. Now, this is sounding like a bit of old shit to me, if you ask me. But let's see what else was going on in 96. Italy's Prime Minister, Lamberto Dini, resigns. Good start to the year. Yasser Arafat is re-elected president of the Palestinian Authority. Okay. There's a bombing of the Colombo Central Bank. Earthquakes in China. American embassy in Athens, Greece comes under mortar fire. Cuban fighter jets shoot down 2 American aircraft belonging to the Cuba exile group Brothers to the Rescue. Robert Mugabe is re-elected president of Zimbabwe, although only 32% of the electorate actually voted. Mugabe, should we put him back on the ballot? At the urging of Yasser Arafat, the PLO drops its clause calling for the removal of Israel. I mean, I reckon Arafat can go back on the ballot. Arafat, he's lurking. The Likud party, led by Benjamin Netanyahu, wins a narrow victory in the Israeli general election. Netanyahu is basically in office for the first time. He is Prime Minister of Israel for the first time in 96, so he's been around for a very long time. I don't know if Netanyahu gets on the ballot for that, though, but he's on the map. In the Iraq disarmament crisis, UN Inspector Scott Ritter, who can now be seen basically every day on Judge Napolitano's channel, attempts to conduct surprise inspections on the Republican Guard facility at the airport, but is blocked by Iraqi officials. So Scott Ritter makes it into the event timeline of 1996. That's pretty impressive, isn't it? I mean, nobody else here can say that they've made it to the... That's very, very impressive from Scott Ritter. What else? There was the Centennial Olympic Park bombing at the 96 Summer Olympics. Boris Yeltsin is sworn in at the Kremlin to become the president of Russia for the second time. Bob Dole is nominated for US president at the Republican National Convention. Former president of South Africa, de Klerk, makes an official apology for crimes committed under apartheid to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in Cape Town. I bet he was regretting everything he did at that point. Stupid sod. Bill Clinton and Al Gore are re-nominated for the DNC. Rapper and actor Tupac Shakur was shot and injured in a drive-by shooting attack by an unknown assailant. He was left in critical condition, died of his injuries. Tupac shot. Nintendo 64 was released in North America with, I think, Mario 64 is the launch title, was it? Was Mario 64 the launch title? We can't put Miyamoto back on the ballot. We can't. He's already been a 2-time winner. Do you think that's big enough for Miyamoto to be back? People are saying Puff Daddy should be on the ballot for killing Tupac. Puff Daddy arranged the shooting of Tupac, apparently, according to rap law, anyway, hip hop law. Guys, this is a really, really weak year. Basically, nothing happened. Yasser Arafat on the ballot. Do we stick or twist with David Ho? Stick or twist with David Ho? Osama bin Laden writes the Declaration of Jihad on the Americans occupying the country of the two sacred places. That's the bin Laden's famous letter, is it? Bill Clinton. Yeah. Bill Clinton wins the presidential election, beating Bob Dole and Ross Perot. Nothing happened. What happened in this year that people are talking about? Kofi Annan, I remember. Kofi Annan becomes the UN Secretary General. Just nothing. Clinton by default. I mean, Uncle Ted is not Time Person of the Year worthy, I'm afraid. As much as he's a cult hero to many people, Uncle Ted is not going on the ballot. This is slim pickings. I'm going to put David Ho on the ballot. David Ho on the ballot. David Ho for AIDS search. And the actual winner, vote. I'm going to put Bill Clinton on the ballot. I'm going to put Yasser Arafat on the ballot. And I'm going to put this is such a wanky year. Netanyahu, maybe. Netanyahu for winning. It's weak, isn't it? I'm not okay. I'm just going to leave it with Arafat, de Klerk. Not Vince McMahon for 96. I mean, Vince McMahon didn't do anything in 96. I'm just going to leave it with those three. See who wins. No, not Mugabe. He's not. I mean, Clinton's currently winning with 100% of the vote. Right, that quickly went back down. All right, let's do a straight runoff. Clinton versus Arafat. Okay. Runoff. Clinton. Arafat. Vote. Bill Clinton winning just by default is so Bill Clinton, isn't it? Least deserving Time Person of the Year ever, Bill Clinton. I mean, maybe even Bill Clinton should have had it for the Lewinsky scandal, right, in '98, but not for just being re-elected. What a load of crap. The '90s have been oddly crap, haven't they? Biggest movie of 1996 was Independence Day. When did Fresh Prince of Bel-Air come out? Because Will Smith was the big star of Independence Day, of course. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air came out in 1990 and ended in 1996. So the Fresh Prince had gone off air by this point. But Will Smith was in Independence Day. And when was that stupid album he brought out, Big Willie Style? 1997, which was, sold a few copies. Wank. Absolute wank. In 1996, WrestleMania 12 took place that year. Shawn Michaels versus Bret Hart in a 60-minute Iron Man match. Mystery Science Theater aired its final episode. Hulk Hogan turned heel for the first time in 15 years and announces the formation of the NWO. Is it Hulk Hogan's chance finally turning heel? That was a big deal, That was a big deal. It's all crap, isn't it? I mean, Nintendo 64, was that a big deal, do we think? Is Mario... I think Hogan turning heel, we haven't recognized Vince or Hogan yet, right? But we didn't give Hogan or Vince any of the 80s at all, which is a complete... He was up against like Michael Jackson and stuff, to be fair, but still. Do we put Miyamoto back on the ballot for Mario and N64? Will Smith? I mean, it's a bit crap, isn't it? What books came out that year? Oscar fodder for that year. The English Patient. That was the worst. That's the only film I have ever fallen asleep during, was The English Patient. I have never fallen asleep during any film ever apart from that. What a crap year. Rubbish. What albums came out that year? So look. Celine Dion, Falling Into You, was the highest selling album of that year with 32 million sales. It's amazingly weak, isn't it? The Spice Girls came out in 1996 with Spice. Do we put the Spice Girls on? I mean, there's fuck all else going on, and the Spice Girls were big, certainly in this country. That single, Zigga Zigga, whatever it was called, was huge. I remember every single girl in my year singing that song at one point. And that was the moment I looked around and thinking, maybe I'm not like everybody else, Maybe I'm a bit different, because I really don't like what's going on here. I really, really, really want to zig a zig. Oh my God, this is woeful. Tony Braxton's Secrets. This is weak. This is very weak. All right, I'm saying I'm gonna have to put Miyamoto back on the ballot because there's nobody else. I'm putting Hulk Hogan on the ballot for creating the NWO and turning heel, and basically Hulk Hogan was everywhere again in '96. I remember watching Space Ghost Coast to Coast when Hogan was the guest, and he was back on talk shows and things like that. Last chance saloon for Hogan and wrestling, I would say. Maybe Austin or Rock in a later year, maybe. Vince for 98, maybe. Depends on what else is around. I'm going to put Will Smith on the ballot. It's weak. It's so weak. I'm going to put Will Smith is our weakest contender yet, I reckon. Just so weak. I'm going to put the Spice Girls on the ballot because they were huge. Spice Girls were everywhere in '96. And I'm going to put Miyamoto back on the ballot for the release of Nintendo Mario 64. This has got to be the weakest year to date because there was nobody. Diana is a good shout, you know. Diana is a very good shout. Diana is a very good shout. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Spice Girls have won, and I'm going to put Spice Girls up against Diana because that's true. The Martin Bashir thing. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Runoff. Who is the real princess of your hearts? Is it the Spice Girls? Did David Beckham debut in 1996 and score that screamer? When did David Beckham score that goal from like the halfway line? Was that 96? Yeah, Diana died in 97, though. Diana died in 97. Diana was big in 96. It was she died in 97, but like Diana Mania was around in 96. Yeah, I'm gonna put Diana. But was David Beckham 96 that goal? No, seriously, that goal against Wimbledon was that when Beckham scored that goal, he was everywhere. Beckham was. That launch that became like that was when Beckham became a huge star. It was that moment. Okay, let's leave Beckham off. Straight run off Spice Girls versus Diana. Diana did the Martin Bashir interview where she did that weird thing with her eyes. She was like shagging rugby players. You know, she was in the papers all the time. Well, Diana Mania was everywhere. And then 97 was Diana Hysteria. But here's a question. Wait, stop. Is Diana... Wait a minute. Elizabeth in 52 was on the left. So actually, do we say it's the Spice Girls on this side? And do we make Bill Clinton face Diana? I reckon we faced. I reckon we. Hold on. Diana is on the left, not on the right. She's a political figure. She is, honestly. Run off again. Run off again. Diana has to go on the left, not on the right. These the royals go on the left. These are the rules. I don't make them up. Diana is a political figure. It's Diana versus Clinton, and she's winning by a mile. This means we get to deny Bill Clinton the cheap win of that. Yeah, so it's Princess Diana here and the Spice Girls. And do you know what? That really does look right. my memory of 96 was much closer to that than Clinton for that year. That's the correct result. That's the correct. I don't make the rules up, Dan, because look, if Elizabeth goes in on the left, then Diana has to go in on the left. And if you think Diana was not a political figure, you aren't seeing things correctly, because the man who's about to be Time Person of the Year 1997 milked Princess Diana's death to the max in 1997 when he became the Prime Minister. Diana was a massive political character in 97. So anyway, in 1997, the actual Time Man of the Year was Andrew Grove. Grove was the chairman and CEO of Intel, recognized as a pioneer in the semiconductor industry, taken as a representative for the digital revolution and the tech boom. Now, I don't like that as a pick, and I'm overturning it. I'm calling a fiat, because in 1997, British politics would never be the same again. With an historic landslide victory, we know who's about to become the Prime Minister of the UK. Things can only get better. Can only get things. And I think you'd agree the 90s have been fucking dire so far. So maybe Tone can rack up the quality here. What else is even going on? Who could possibly even face the might of Tone in 97? I'm just having a look what else happened in that year. Yasser Arafat returns to Hebron after more than 30 years. Bill Clinton sworn in to be president again. Boo. Study of gender reassignment of a boy who lost his penis to a Bosch circumcision is refuted by a follow-up study. The supposedly successful outcome had been widely cited as proof that gender was determined by nurture, yet the patient, David Reamer, was deeply unhappy and had returned to his original gender by the age of 15, thus indicating the opposite thesis in a common win for biology. Yeah, not a lot going on this year. I'm just going through. Khmer Rouge leader Pol Pot orders the killing of his defense chief Son Sen and 11 of Sen's family members before Pol Pot flees to his northern region. Have I got the right year here? Pol Pot was around in 1997. Am I missing something here? How is Pol Pot around? How is Pol Pot around in 97? I thought that all that was over in the 70s. Is there some bit of like Khmer Rouge? He was imprisoned and died in 97 as well. Yeah. I didn't know Pol Pot was still around as late as that. Okay. What else? Bernie Ahern is appointed as leader of Ireland. Oh, forget it. There's only one winner for 97, isn't there? Things. Can anybody else win? There's nobody. Nothing's going on. There's only one winner. Not even going to have a vote. That's the way he would. Blair, if he was here, wouldn't want to vote. He'd want to be fiated in, and I've done him the honor of that. What else was going on in 97 though? Now, the biggest film of that year, which took an incredible $1.8 billion, was Titanic. $1.8 billion for Titanic. Okay, one of the biggest. It was the first film in history to pass the 1 million gross. It was the highest grossing film of all time for 12 years until it was surpassed by Avatar. And on the inflation adjusted list, it is number 3, because if you adjust it for inflation, so in today's money, Gone with the Wind made 4.1 billion, Avatar made 3.8, Titanic 3.4, Star Wars 3.4. So Titanic, technically speaking, was bigger than Star Wars. Bigger than Star Wars. Okay? So that is as good as it gets, which was another film that came out in 1997. In terms of awards that year, Best Film went to Titanic. Best Director went to Titanic, James Cameron. Jack Nicholson won Best Actor for As Good as It Gets. I mean, the question on Titanic is, does it go to James Cameron, the director? Does it go to Leo, who was on every schoolgirl's wall around this time? Titanic was big, man. It was big. But what else was going on? Shania Twain's Come On Over was the highest selling record of that year. But didn't Radiohead's OK Computer also come out in 1997? Am I making that up? I think Radiohead's OK Computer came out in this year as well. That's my memory anyway. When was OK Computer out? OK Computer did not sell that well, comparatively speaking. In fact, it's not even in the top. It's not even in the top like 100 in terms of sales for the 90s that I'm looking here. Big Willie Style by Will Smith outsold OK Computer. Is that right? That doesn't sound right. I thought it was a big hit, you know. Let me just have a look. OK Computer by Radiohead. Certainly one of the decade-defining albums. How many did it sell? Let's have a look. Not that sales are everything, of course, but I'm just a little bit surprised that it's not on. It peaked on the US Billboard chart at 187 and only came number 8 in the UK album charts. That doesn't sound right. Oh no, it did. It was a UK number 1, US Billboard 21, peak position. Okay. And it is certified platinum, 5-time platinum, and double platinum in America. But it only actually sold 3.5 million copies. Huh? So it's nowhere near. I mean, in terms of sales, it's nowhere. In terms of sales, it's like tiny compared to Titanic or Spice Girls or Oasis. It's not even in the same ballpark. But you have to remember that earlier in the list, we did put on Ingmar Bergman in 57. I mean, Seventh Seal wasn't a big commercial success. We have kind of put on, you know, Samuel Beckett and people like that. Solzhenitsyn wasn't selling like millions of books. So, you know, you've got to take the artistic with the. All right, so we say James Cameron for Titanic, Radiohead. Anyone even close to that? I don't even know if Radiohead deserved to be there, to be honest, because even though OK Computer was an extremely good I don't think Radiohead defined the era like Oasis and Spice Girls and Tarantino did. They didn't. Radiohead were just good. They just like really, they made good albums, but they didn't define the era like these other people. I don't think that Radiohead deserved to be on the ballot. I think the winner is James Cameron by Fiat. And just like Tony Blair didn't face a vote, I think James Cameron is just going to win for Titanic for this year. And really, Blair Titanic very much is 97. So, yeah. All right, so the Time Person of the Year for 1998 was jointly held by Bill Clinton, who was impeached in 1998 following the Lewinsky scandal. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. But they also put on the ballot Ken Starr for the impeachment for leading the special investigation and the Starr report against Clinton. Now, we don't like split votes here at the correct Time Person of the Year, so we're not going to let that stand. The Clinton story was actually broken by the Drudge Report. Can you believe that? The Drudge Report broke the story on Clinton. I never knew the Drudge Report broke that story. I didn't even know the Drudge Report were around in 1998. So that's pretty big. Saddam Hussein is negotiating with Kofi Annan. Honestly, I think it is Bill Clinton or Ken Starr for this year. So I'm just going to put them against each other. I'm just seeing what else happened in 98, and I just don't think anything really of that magnitude is going on in the world. Google Inc. is founded by Larry Page and Sergey Brin. Google being established by Brin and Page. Do we put Brin and Page on the ballot? Brin and Page. Google was big, you know. The Valve Corporation released Half-Life to critical acclaim. That was a big game. Became one of the greatest video games of all selling video games of all time. I think if Valve are ever going to go on there, it'll be when Steam was released. That changed gaming forever. Hugo Chavez becomes president of Venezuela. Khmer Rouge leaders apologized for the post-Vietnam War genocide in Cambodia, which killed more than 1 million people in the 70s. Nah. It's Starr versus Clinton. Take your pick. Runoff. Clinton versus Starr. Tell you what, there's been such a drop-off in quality in the 90s. It's been unreal how big the drop-off has been. I think Zidane for the World Cup is huge. Zidane, 98, big shout. Zidane is in with a shout for 98 on culture. Zidane is in with a shout. I'd say biggest selling film of that year was Armageddon, which I don't think anybody really remembers, starring Bruce Willis. Saving Private Ryan came out, Godzilla, There's Something About Mary. I mean, none of these are really kind of epoch-defining movies. Stone Cold Steve Austin defeated Shawn Michaels to win his first WWF title. This was cited retrospectively to be the full beginning of the Attitude Era. Hogan has failed to get on. In 1998, 76.3 million people tuned in to watch the finale of Seinfeld. Do we put Jerry Seinfeld on the ballot for 98? I think we should, you know. Jerry Seinfeld, Zinedine Zidane. Austin, possibly. I'm just having a look at what albums was big that year. The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill sold 20, was the biggest selling album of the year, 20 million sold. Lauryn Hill and the Fugees were big in this era. Every person I knew owned a copy of the Fugees, The Score, around this time. Okay, Bill Clinton has won. Bill Clinton. And I think that's right. I think Clinton for 98 is more correct than earlier. Vince. Maybe we could put Vince on the ballot. Vince McMahon. Zinedine Zidane. Vince McMahon. Armageddon's nothing. What were the Oscar winners that year? Let's have a look. Oh, it's all Saving Private Ryan. Nah, it's all crap. Jim Carrey was in The Truman Show that year. Just going to have a look at Jim Carrey's career to this point. Truman Show in 98, Liar Liar 97, Cable Guy 96, Ace Ventura 95, Batman Forever 95, Mask 94. Jim Carrey was around a lot in this era. I remember Jim Carrey being big. I mean, Ace Ventura was big and Mask was big, but Truman Show was an event when it came out. I seem to remember it quite well. Wasn't one of the top selling movies of the year though, but it's not big enough. Honestly, I think Jerry Seinfeld, for, I mean, an audience of 80 million people, that's a fucking massive audience. It's a huge audience. Zidane, right, let's do it. Oh, and Pokemon. Pokemon is a good shout from the chat. Let me have a look at Pokemon a minute. Who do we credit for creating Pokemon? Surely it's not Miyamoto. Who created Pokemon? Owner Nintendo, yeah. Created by Satoshi Tajiri. Okay, let's put him on the ballot. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, vote, and then we'll have a runoff. I'm going to say Jerry Seinfeld, because Seinfeld was a very, very big TV hit in this year. 80 million people. I'm going to put Vince McMahon back on the ballot for the Attitude Era and Austin and all of that. We're going to put Zinedine Zidane on the ballot, and we're going to put for his performance in the 98 World Cup, because he was big. Zidane was big. Zidane was very big. I reckon he's got another shout for 2006 for the headbutt, and we'll put Tajiri for Pokemon. Oh, hold on. Have we missed someone else? Michael Jordan. Let's have a look at Michael Jordan. Hold on a minute. Michael Jordan's a good shout as well. Michael Jordan was big. Michael Jordan was very, very big. Michael Jordan was big. Let's see. Why 96 specifically for him, do we say? Fucking hell. Michael Jordan. Jesus Christ. I'm looking at his career now. Holy shit. Okay, this guy is an absolute legend. He should win one of the years, I would say. Why 96? Yeah, the thing is, OJ Simpson's been on the ballot for 3 years and he hasn't won. So, why make a case for Michael Jordan for 96? Because Jordan, I understand that Jordan is one of the biggest stars of all time. His career is just ridiculous looking at this. Why 96 for him over any other year? Oh, sorry, not 96. It's 98. It's 98 we're looking at. Okay, 3 back-to-back championships. Okay, I can see why it's 98. I can see why it's 98. Sorry. Okay, I do agree that Michael Jordan should be on the ballot. I know football is bigger than basketball. Currently, it's Tajiri versus Seinfeld. But I think Michael Jordan should be now put on the ballot. Thing is that Michael Jordan is a massive cultural phenomenon, arguably in a way that Zidane was not. Like he had his own trainers, the Air Jordans. I agree that he's a cultural icon. So we're going to restart this poll. We're going to take out McMahon and we're going to take out Zidane. And we're going to take out Seinfeld. And it's going to be a straight runoff to Tajiri versus Jordan. Runoff. Michael Jordan versus Tajiri for Pokemon. It's Pokemon versus Jordan. And I would agree that those were probably the 2 biggest cultural phenomenon of that year. That's a good shout. Michael Jordan, I mean, what was that thing that he was in? Wasn't he in a movie as well? Was it like in a movie with Bugs Bunny or something? Am I imagining that? I seem to remember him in a movie with Bugs Bunny. I could be making that up though. But I mean, he was the highest paid athlete in the entire world. Yeah, Space Jam. There we go. Bugs Bunny. Oh, I don't know. He was big. Very, very big. And now this is reminding me, when is the year of Tiger Woods? When was the year of the Tiger Woods Open? Okay, Michael Jordan has won. Michael Jordan wins. Nerds are seething with rage that Pokemon has been defeated. When was the Tiger Woods Grand Slam? That was around this time as well, wasn't it? Tiger Slam. I'm just going to put in Tiger Slam. Was it the year 2000, 1999? By the end of 1997, he had won 3 PGA Tour. He had his first major, the 97 Masters. Tell you what, Tiger Woods is coming. 99, 2000. He won Masters in 97, 01, 02, 05, 19. PGA 99, 2000, 2006, 2007. Open in 2000, 02, 08. US Open. Sorry, that was the US Open, and then the Open 2005, 06. 2000, I would say, is the year of Tiger. Tiger Woods for 2000, not 99, 2000. Okay. Heating up now, because the Time Man of the Year for 1999 was Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon.com. And at that point in 1999, one of the most successful companies in the dot-com boom. Now, I reckon this may be a stick. I reckon Bezos is a slam dunk. Bezos is a slam dunk. I mean, okay, I know Vince took WE public, but Amazon curb stomps WWE, I'm afraid, when it comes to that. I've also just realized that Vince should be a left hand, not a right hand. But anyway, I'm looking at how Kosovo War started. That was Clinton and Blair tag team in Kosovo. David Steele becomes the first presiding officer of the modern Scottish Parliament. Manchester United defeats the German side Bayern Munich to win the UEFA Champions League. Did Man U do the treble that year? Was that the year of the treble? Was that the year of Fergie's? Was that the treble? Alex Ferguson's got to be on the ballot if that was the. Was it the treble that year? Someone remind me. Yeah, Alex Ferguson's a slammed. Alex Ferguson has to be on the ballot. On the cultural side, just a towering figure. I am, of course, the Alex Ferguson of YouTube. I've said many times. So I have to put him on the ballot. Boris Yeltsin resigns, leaving Prime Minister Vladimir Putin as acting president, December the 31st, 1999. Vlad the Lad has entered the building, ladies and gentlemen. But I think that Bezos retains for this year. I don't think anyone else is worthy. But I'm going to say that Putin is in contention now for every single year from 2000 to 2023. Putin is in contention every year now, from now on. So, Vlad the Lad on the map, and basically is going to have an undefeated 23-year streak of winning the correct Time Man of the year. In terms of film, so this is basically who faces Ferguson in the vote. Star Wars: The Phantom Menace comes out. The film makes $924.3 million and also launches the best movie trilogy of all time, the prequel trilogy. Ladies and gentlemen, George Lucas is back on the ballot, friends, for the first time since '77. Toy Story 2 also came out that year, as did The Matrix. Keanu Reeves has to be on the ballot. You cannot underestimate how big Keanu was in 1999. Just the whole aesthetic of The Matrix, I would say, up until a couple of years ago, was still dominating kind of the visual imagination of Hollywood, you know, the slow down effect and all that sort of stuff. So And Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, also came out that year as well. In terms of Oscars, American Beauty was the big Oscar winner that year. I've got a video on that film somewhere that you can watch if you're interested. Right, and in terms of albums, the biggest selling album of the year was the Backstreet Boys' Millennium. That sold 40 million records in 1999. Backstreet's back, all right. I hate the Backstreet Boys, but there we go. Britney Spears, Baby One More Time. I would say Britney Spears was a bigger cultural phenomenon in the actual culture, even though Backstreet Boys sold more records. So maybe Britney. Maybe Britney. I reckon Britney goes on the ballot. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Okay. Vote. We're going to put Alex Ferguson for winning the historic treble with a legendary Manchester United side. We're going to put, who else did we say? George Lucas back on the ballot for relaunching Star Wars, coming out with the Phantom Menace, which was huge. You can't underestimate how big that was when it came out. Even though everybody was disappointed by it, retroactively, we can say it is one of the all-time cinema classics, as I'm sure everybody agrees. Fuck you, Plinkett. I'm correct. I am the leader of Star Wars revisionism online, among other things. Palpatine is reborn in a glorious, glorious new way. I've forgotten who else. Oh, Keanu Reeves has to be on the ballot in 99, and Britney Spears. Those are the most 1999 people ever. So let's do it. Let's do it. The prequels are base. The prequels are GOAT. The prequels are the best. Remind me in the new year not to embark. Oh no, because I'm doing it on Cigar Stream. Remind me to do a prequel stream when I'm done with this next year. Okay. I have to get the prequel stream out of my system. All right, so let's do this. Oh, it's very even. It's very even. I need more people to vote because currently it's tied. Obviously, the absolute nerds in the chat don't appreciate Alex Ferguson. I knew that would be the case. Nerd boy still crying about your stupid Pokemons. All right, let's end this. It's going to be George Lucas versus Keanu Reeves, I think. $25. Yes, Lucas. No, Reeves versus Lucas. Okay. Runoff. Going to be Keanu Reeves versus George Lucas. I think there's too many Americans around. Americans are so myopic. They don't understand the glory of football and the importance of a figure like Alex Ferguson to the world. I did love the trade negotiations. I mean, all of the politics in the prequels are what make them great. I think Keanu Reeves is winning. I mean, this is an absurd result. Keanu Reeves was not bigger than the Phantom Menace in 1999. Keanu Reeves was also not bigger than Manchester United in 1999. And Keanu Reeves was also not bigger than Britney Spears in 1999. But let's just let that go, shall we? Okay. Terrible result. Fucking nerds in the chat. You bunch of clowns. Okay. Oh my God. What a turgid, horrible decade that was. Only one shining glory in the whole thing. Okay, so are we really going to carry on and try to do another decade? How long have we been going here? Let's just Let's just stop. I'll have to pick this up in the new year. I can't go on. I've been streaming for hours. I'm tired. We have to stop. We have to stop. I can't continue. I can't continue. Let's vote. Let's vote to see if we continue tonight, because I've got fatigue. Continue. Right. Do I continue? Yes. Tonight, that is. Tonight. Do I continue tonight? Yes. No. And I will abide by this. So get myself a drink. Try to. I did a 5-hour stream last night. I'm knackered. The trouble is with this chat, wrestling will never get a look in. They're always kind of trying to get Pokemon and fucking video games on the ballot and nerds. And they don't really understand. All right. It's the last stream of the year, and because I love you guys, I'm going to continue. You all voted yes, so let's continue. The actual Time Person of the Year in the year 2000 was George W. Bush. Bush was elected President of the United States, defeating incumbent Vice President Al Gore. That's sounding like a stick to me, but let's see what else happened in the year 2000. Dow Jones Industrial Average closes at the peak of the dot-com bubble, closed at 11.722. Continuing the International Criminal Tribunal for former Yugoslavia people. A rare century leap year occurs. It was a leap year in the year 2000. Pope John Paul II apologizes for wrongdoing by members of the Roman Catholic Church throughout their ages. Sounds like a pretty cucky move, John Paul. Sony released the PlayStation 2 to compete with the Sega Dreamcast in March of that year. Trouble is with Sony, like, who gets the credit? You can't, I mean, who gets, there's no like Miyamoto of Sony, do you know what I mean? So it's hard to like give it to somebody. Who wins for Sony, you know? I also think there are bigger fish to fry in the year 2000. Steve Jobs introduces the public beta of the Mac OS X for $30. Steve Jobs, or are we going to wait for the iPhone to come out? Jobs is going to win it one year, but do we just wait for the iPhone? I think we wait for the iPhone, right? We wait for the iPhone. Summer Olympics is held in Sydney. Opposition leader Ariel Sharon visits the Temple Mount in East Jerusalem in Israel. I mean, basically, it's Bush. I reckon it's a stick. George Bush wins. George Bush wins. George W. Bush just wins by fiat, basically, because nothing else happened in the year 2000. Vlad is not really on maneuvers yet. Vlad is not on maneuvers yet. He's still bedding in the year 2000, picking up the absolute ashes and crap from Yeltsin. In 2000, in film, the biggest film of the year was Mission Impossible 2, followed up by Gladiator. X-Men also came out that year. Best film was Gladiator. Best actor was Russell Crowe. Joaquin Phoenix also won for Best Supporting Actor for that movie. Gladiators feels weak as it's not like epoch defining in any single way. Just having a look. The WWF garners its second highest ever rating on television as The Rock defeated Shane McMahon. That's in the TV events of the year. No, it's not big enough. None of this is big enough. I mean, if Vince didn't win for WrestleMania or WrestleMania 3, he's not winning for any of this crap. Nah, none of it. None of it. None of it. Let's have a look at the 2000s for records. The Marshall Mathers LP was the highest selling album of that year with 32 million sales. Also coming out in the year 2000 with 32 million sales was Number One by the Beatles. I had a copy of that. So, and it is a very, very good best of that Number One album by the Beatles. 20 million sales was Britney Spears with Oops, I Did It Again. I am loath to put Eminem on the ballot. But I guess by rights he should be on the ballot. Let's put in I mean the Beatles cannot go on the ballot for the year 2000, I'm afraid. But we can put on we're going to say Tiger Woods. The year of Tiger was 2000. The Tiger Slam happened in 2000, and I mean it's very rare for anybody to care about golf, but Tiger Woods broke through and transcended golf in the year 2000. I guess we have to put Eminem in. Ugh. Eminem in. Britney Spears goes on the ballot for another year. And honestly, not too much. Sports is a big part of culture. Sports is a huge part of culture. And look at these nerds. Look at these absolute nerds. And I guess we have to put Russell Crowe on the ballot. Basically, he won Best Oscar. He was in one of the biggest selling films. Russell Crowe, I guess. Seems weak though, Crowe. I mean, if Radiohead aren't winning for OK Computer, they're not going to win for Kid A, I'm afraid. When did Beckham go to Real Madrid? I reckon that would be the year Beckham would get in. Okay, it's going to be Tiger versus Eminem. So let's do the runoff. Too many nerds in this chat. Too many nerds who hate sport and love Pokemon. Tiger Woods and who was it? Eminem. Okay, come on, chat. I might overrule the chat on this because I don't want Eminem to win. Beckham for the goal against Greece in 2001. I think, did we give it to Mike Tyson in the 80s? Tyson was on the ballot in the 80s, so, you know. He didn't win, though. I reckon we'll put J.K. Rowling on the ballot when Harry Potter the movies come out. That was when Pottermania really started, when the movies came out, I would say. Rowling will be on the ballot, don't worry. It's the right winner. Tiger Woods is it's Tiger Woods. Come on. Year of Tiger was 2000. And that looks very right. That looks very right to me. 2001, Time Man of the Year was Rudy Giuliani, the mayor of New York City, America's mayor. At the time of the September 11th attacks in 2001, he was selected as a symbol of America's response to the attacks. Good old Rudy Giuliani for that is a pretty strong pick, I reckon. But what else happened in the year 2001? Lots of things happened in the year 2001. Unfortunately, oh, here we are. Honestly, it has to be either Bin Laden or Rudy Giuliani for 9/11. But also, Milosevic is charged for crimes against humanity. But the trial didn't happen that year, did it? The trial didn't happen that year. Tony Blair wins a second landslide victory for Labour. Can't just stick Blair back on the ballot for just routinely winning elections, though, can we? I'm just having a look now. Still lots of stuff going on with Yasser Arafat and stuff like that, but Galileo spacecraft passes within 112 miles of Jupiter's moon Io. Not a lot. Microsoft enters the gaming console market with the release of the Xbox. No. Kofi Annan won the Nobel Peace Prize for doing absolutely sweet FA. I think pretty much it's Bin Laden. It's Bin Laden versus Giuliani. Let's do that. Bin Laden versus Giuliani. Runoff. Giuliani versus Bin Laden. We do not do both. Those are the international rules. We don't do both. It's Bin Laden versus Giuliani. We don't do both. Bin Laden's winning by a landslide, so it's gonna be Bin Laden. Changed the world in 2001. What a player. What a player, eh? Don't hate the player, hate the game. In film, the biggest film of the year, beating Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, was Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. 974.7 million versus 883.7 million for Lord of the Rings. So J.K. Rowling pretty much has to go on the ballot, doesn't she? Has to be J.K. Rowling. In the world of wrestling, WCW closed down and Vince McMahon bought WCW, becoming the only wrestling company in America, completing his decades-long mission to destroy everybody else in wrestling. So maybe we should put Vince on the ballot yet again, because he basically won in that year. Best-selling album in 2001, it was Pink with Misunderstood by Pink, and Shakira with Laundry Service. Ugh. And notably a massive decline in numbers, by the way. Album sales are really down compared to some of the numbers that we have been seeing. Is it just J.K. Rowling? I think it has to be Vince versus J.K. Rowling, basically. Can't think of anyone else who's even in the running. Vince versus J.K. Rowling. Arguably, Vince should be in the left-hand column, but we'll put him in as a cultural figure. Because it's really he's really a director rather than a businessman. I don't know about that though. Anyway, run off. I'm going to keep on trying to get. This is Vince's last chance saloon, really. Poor old Vince. Like Vince's last chance. Hogan has come, been, and gone. Austin has come, been, and gone. Oh, bloody nerds. Can't. All right. J.K. Rowling wins. Look at that. Bin Laden, J.K. Rowling, 2001. I can never get wrestling recognized in Time Person of the Year. It's a shame because it was actually a genuinely large cultural phenomenon. It's just completely unrecognized by this chap. The 2002 winners are the Whistleblowers for 2002, represented by Cynthia Cooper, Colleen Rowley, and Sharon Watkins. In 2001, Watkins uncovered accounting irregularities in the financial reports of Enron, testifying before congressional committees the following year. In 2002, Cooper exposed a $3.8 billion fraud at WorldCom. At the time, this was the largest incident of accounting fraud in U.S. history. In 2002, Rowley, an FBI agent, gave testimony about the FBI's mishandling of misinformation related to the September 11th attacks of 2001. So I reckon of that lot, Colleen Rowley should be the person. Is she a stick or a twist, do we think? Colleen Rowley. 2002, in terms of other things going on, the trial of Slobodan Milosevic takes place in The Hague. Now, that was wildly entertaining, so I reckon Milosevic goes back on the ballot for his appearance in that trial. I do not respect the authority of this court. It was epic, that trial. The military high command of Venezuela refused Hugo Chavez's order to implement Plan Avila as a response to the protests and demands his resignation. President Chavez is subsequently arrested by the military. Chavez's request for asylum in Cuba is denied. He is ordered to be tried in a Venezuelan court. Then President Hugo Chavez of Venezuela is restored to power following an attempted coup. I reckon Hugo Chavez goes back on Hugo Chavez should go on the ballot. I'm going to put this Colleen Rowley woman on there as well as the incumbent. I reckon Chavez should go on for that. Chavez was big around this time. We should put him on there. I remember all that stuff quite well with Venezuela. 2002 World Cup takes place. Beckham got red carded in that, I seem to recall. When did Beckham go to Real Madrid? Beckham, Real, because that was the peak of his fame, I would say, is when that was in 2007, or around that sort of time. Okay, bit later for Becks. Yeah, none of this stuff is that big. Chechen rebels take control of Nord-Ost Theater in Moscow and hold the audience hostage. At least 170 people are killed following a Russian attempt to subdue the militants. Okay. There was a fire in Ho Chi Minh City which killed 54 people. George Bush signs the Homeland Security Act into law. Daniel Kahneman won the Nobel Prize for Economics. He wrote one of my favorite books ever, Thinking Fast and Slow. I think it's a straight runoff between these three, so let's just run that poll. Vote. And we won't have a runoff here. We'll just say whoever wins, wins. We don't need a runoff. And in terms of films that year, Lord of the Rings, Two Towers, 936.6, beats out Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, 878.9. Spider-Man was third. Attack of the Clones was fourth. Fucking hell, what a year that was for blockbuster movies. Every single one of those films did over 650 million. Massive year for movies. 2002 was an absolutely gangbusters year. Chicago won best. The Pianist by Roman Polanski won best film. Gangs of New York, Daniel Day-Lewis. Oh, Daniel Day-Lewis was good in that movie as well. Wasn't that big though, Gangs of New York, was it? It's just a good movie, but it wasn't that big. In terms of television, don't see anything that worthy. Biggest selling album of the year was Come Away With Me by Norah Jones. Norah Jones's Come Away With Me sold 27 million albums and was the third highest ranking album of the entire 2000s. What an absolute indictment on the 2000s that is. Norah Jones. Do you remember that album? It was a good album, but come on. The Eminem album was not bigger than Norah Jones. It was not bigger. Norah Jones outsold Eminem by 7 million records. So that was the second biggest album in 2002. Was by Eminem. Avril Lavigne, number 3. Millennial Woes' main squeeze. He loved her. And then that's pretty much it. Crappier. I didn't even know who's up for. I mean, Milosevic has won. Slobodan Milosevic has won. So he wins Time Person of the Year. Oh, no, not Hugo Chavez. Milosevic. Milosevic wins. Deserved victory for Milosevic. Is that the second time he's won? Milosevic is a 2-time Time Man of the Year now. Weak competition, really. Peter Jackson is on the ballot, I would say. Daniel Day. I don't think Daniel Day-Lewis for Gangs of New York, to be honest, is big enough. I'm not putting Norah Jones on the ballot. That's fucking ridiculous. It's just Jackson. It's just Peter Jackson. There's just nobody else. And I'll tell you that when I saw Two Towers in the cinema, I was dazed for the whole day afterwards. That battle at the end of that movie in 2002 blew my socks off. And it was the biggest selling film of that year as well by a mile. So it's Peter Jackson. All right. So 2003, the Time Person of the Year is the American Soldier, representing US forces around the world, especially in the Iraq War. I don't like that as a pick. That sounds shit. I mean, this was the year that the United States invaded Iraq with massive help from Tony Blair, of course. So George Bush and or Tony Blair could be back on the ballot for this year. I would suggest Saddam Hussein has got to be on the ballot. Roger Federer won their first Grand Slams in 2003. Roger Federer is on the map, but is not quite the big one yet, I would suggest. The highest grossing films of the year were Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, Finding Nemo, and The Matrix Reloaded. Norah Jones, still the biggest best-selling album of 2003, followed by 50 Cent's Get Rich or Die Trying. Go shorty, it's your birthday. Get a sip of Bacardi like it's your birthday. I mean, basically, this is going to be somebody to do with Iraq. I would love to nominate Comical Ali as the Time Man of the Year. Comical Ali. Comical Ali. Comical Ali, yeah. I reckon it's Bush, Blair, or Saddam. Basically, it's one of those three. Bush, Blair, or Saddam. Let's do it. Why Putin for 2003 though? What did Putin do? Saddam Hussein was captured. Saddam Hussein was captured. Yeah, it's Bush, Blair, or Saddam. I love Comical Ali, but all right. Food, Bush, Blair, Saddam. One of those three wins for the year, I think. And then in film, The Return of the King grossed $1.1 billion that year, beating Finding Nemo and The Matrix. It also swept the Oscars. Peter Jackson won Best Film, Best Director, etc. Bill Murray was in Lost in Translation that year. Lost out on the Oscar to Sean Penn, and I remember being gutted for him in the actual Oscars. I was gutted for Bill Murray in that Oscars. He seemed so disappointed, and he really deserved it. Arnold Schwarzenegger was sworn in as governor of California. So all of that happened. I don't know why I keep on looking at the television, because nothing ever happens in the world of television. The 300th episode of The Simpsons is broadcast on Fox at the same night as a Married with Children reunion special. I mean, when did South Park come out? I reckon South Park was a bit of a cultural phenomenon around this time. I remember South Park being everywhere around the time of the Iraq War. Maybe we should have a look at South Park. When was South Park at its peak? Why are people talking about Yeah, the South Park movie. Yeah. What are they called? Trey Parker and Matt Stone. I mean, maybe for Team America, that was next year. But anyway, who won the poll? The poll was won by Saddam. So Saddam Hussein becomes a 2-time winner. As Time Man of the Year. I mean, we can't just give it to Peter Jackson again. You can't win it in 2 years in a row, surely. Who else is even up for it, though? I don't see anyone else in the. So, what's the best-selling album of that year? Evanescence, Fallen. I mean, this was such a shit era. It really was. Just a crap era. 50 Cent. I mean, are we really going to put 50 Cent on the fucking ballot? Really? Do you know Elvis Presley almost sold as many copies of 30 number one hits in that year than 50 Cent sold copies? There's nothing. It's like a dearth. This is so bad. Beckham didn't go to Real Madrid until 2003. Shall we just stick Beckham on to recognize Beckham? I mean, he was big around this time. Beckham got red carded in the World Cup, but he was fucking everywhere. All right, I'm going to put... yeah, David Beckham. David Beckham was big. I'm going to put in Peter Jackson again, I guess. Hugh Grant is not a bad shout, actually. Let me just have a look at the career of Hugh Grant this time. He was in Love Actually in 2003. Yeah, Hugh Grant is a good shout. I like Hugh Grant as a shout. Who else are we going to put in there? That's not a bad shout. White Stripes weren't big enough, I'm afraid, yet. Let me just have a look at the career of Roger Federer a second. It's a bit early for Federer. Just having a look at the career of Roger Federer. Federer, he won the Open in 04, 06, 07, 10, 17, 18. He won the French Open in 09. He won Wimbledon in 03, 04, 05, 06, 07, 09, 12, 17. He won the US Open in 04, 05. That was Wimbledon, the previous list. US Open in 04, 05, 06, 07, and 08. Fucking hell. Really, 04 is the year of Federer, isn't it? 04. Federer is probably going to be on the ballot every single year until he wins, I would suggest. But I think he starts going on in 04. It's 1 year early for Federer, I would say. Who else do we say? Yeah, Federer. I mean, Federer every single year until he wins, I would say. There's just nothing. It's such a desert. This is a desert. This. I might just stick Bill Murray on there again. It's just, but what for? Oh, it's just nowhere. I mean, shall we put the Simpsons guy on there again? Simpsons was big in 2003. They had their 300th episode. When was the most viewed episode of The Simpsons ever? Even those audiences were down. Yeah, 2003 had a 22 million audience. But then you didn't give it to Seinfeld, and that had an audience 10 times the size of that. I hate you all. Right. It's going to be a three-way. It's going to be a three-way ballot. Voot. Oh, 2000s are awful. 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 Awful decade. All right. It's Bex. Bex has won. David Beckham wins. David Beckham wins. Do you know what? I have a problem with Saddam Hussein there. I'm going to call an audible here, and I say that runoff, it should just be Bush versus Blair. I've got a problem with Saddam Hussein being the 2003 Man of the Year, because really Saddam Hussein didn't do anything in 2003. He just kind of hid in a bunker. He didn't like start the war. He wasn't the actor. He was the I mean, it was really a Bush-Blair job. Blair, the instigator, exactly. He did initiate it. Blair was the poison, the worm tongue in Bush's ear, contrary to popular belief. All right. This is just a symptom of the number of Americans who are up at this hour. All the Brits have gone to bed. So George W. Bush wins here. George W. Bush. That looks more correct for me. To me. I just think Saddam Hussein looked wrong there, and I didn't want to leave that standing. Oh, this is such wank now. Oh, yeah, we're not quite there. George W. Bush wins for 2004. Bush was re-elected president of the United States, defeating John Kerry, overseeing U.S. involvement in the Iraq War. So Bush is back for 2004. Mark Zuckerberg launches Facebook, the Facebook, later renamed to Facebook, a social media networking site for Harvard University students. Zuckerberg on the ballot, maybe. When did the iPhone come out? When was the iPhone launched? I'm just going to have a look. The iPhone. Because really, Steve Jobs has to go in for that, really. When was it launched? 2007. Okay, 07. Just keep an eye on 07 for Jobs. What else? Russian Federation stops recognizing Soviet Union passports as legal identification. Summer Olympics is held in Greece. Armed robbers steal Edvard Munch's Scream again. Tighten the security in that museum in Oslo, you twats. How many times is the Scream going to be stolen? Can't believe it's like the second time it was stolen. Bush wins the election. Orange Revolution begins following a disputed election in Ukraine. World's tallest building is officially opened in France. Second Battle of Fallujah ends. The Iraq War. Is it just Zuckerberg? It's Zuckerberg, isn't it? It's Mark Zuckerberg. He is the winner of 04. Yeah. I mean, really, Facebook wouldn't be big until another couple of years, but when else is he going to be on the ballot? It's a super weak year. Nothing else going on. Zuckerberg wins by fiat. In the movies, Shrek 2 is the big movie of the year, followed by Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Meet the Fockers came out in that year as well. Passion of the Christ came out. Passion of the Christ. I'm putting Mel Gibson on the ballot. I'm putting Roger Federer on the ballot. The Apprentice debuted, which was hosted by noted businessman Donald Trump. Does Donald Trump make our first appearance on the ballot in 2004 for The Apprentice? I reckon Trump should go on the ballot. And in music, the biggest selling album of the year, as far as I can see, was Usher's Confessions. Ugh, such wank. Such an awful era this is. Such a bad era. Green Day's American Idiot. Ugh. Terrible. Terrible. Guns N' Roses' Greatest Hits was the third biggest selling album of that year. Ugh. Wank. Parker and Stone can't go in together as per the rules. Rubbish. Okay, so Voot, we're going to put on Federer, the might of Federer, who's going to be on the ballot every single year until he wins. We're going to say, who else did we say? I've forgotten already. Who else did we say? Oh yeah, Donald Trump for Apprentice. As a cultural figure now, not as a political figure. I mean, Trump could be the first guy to be on both sides of to be in cultural and in political. That would be a turn up, wouldn't it? What else? Friends ends its 10-year run on NBC. Mel Gibson, I say. Mel Gibson. I am not putting Usher on the ballot, I'm afraid. That's just not. No. Not Time Man of the Year worthy. Anyone else? Let's have a look at chat. Gibson. Federer, Trump, Gibson. Straight runoff. Vote. Federer for an amazing year where he won 3 of the 4 Grand Slam titles. Gibson for the amazing Passion of the Christ. And Trump for The Apprentice. Why are my choices crap? Service. Who should be on there? Who should be on there instead of Federer, Trump, or Gibson? Service. Why are the choices crap? Who deserves to be on there more? Speak, Service. Speak. Oh, come on. Look, if Alex Ferguson didn't get on, I'm not going to put fucking Arsene Wenger on. What did Arsene Wenger do in The Invincibles? No. Arsene Wenger. If Alex Ferguson doesn't get on for the treble, Wenger is not going on for the Invincibles. No way. You can't put that. I mean, Wenger is nowhere near as big as Ferguson. And if Ferguson's not getting on, fucking Hulk Hogan and Vince McMahon have not got on, Arsene Wenger's not going to get on. Anyway, Mel Gibson has won this. Mel Gibson has won this. Mel Gibson wins into 04. I want to go to bed. 2005 winner. Look at this absolute wank from Time. The actual Time Person of the Year were the Good Samaritans, represented by Bono, Bill Gates, and Melinda Gates. Bono, philanthropist and member of the rock band U2, helped to organize the 2005 Live 8 concerts. Bill Gates, the founder of Microsoft and the richest person in the world at the time, and his wife Melinda founded the philanthropic Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Wasn't that kind of them? Round of applause for Bill and Melinda Gates, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God. Come on. Give me a break. I might just fiat Putin in every single year from now on. Putin. Putin is the Time Man of the Year. Kyoto Protocol goes into effect. Eris, the most massive known dwarf planet in the solar system, is discovered by a team led by Michael E. Brown. The discovery of a planet by Michael E. Brown, is that Time worthy of the year? Time Person of the Year worthy? We haven't had many scientists, you know. Pope John Paul II dies. Over 4 million people travel to the Vatican to mourn him. Pope Benedict XVI succeeds, becoming the 265th Pope. Charles, Prince of Wales, marries Camilla Parker Bowles in a civil ceremony in Windsor's Guildhall. The first ever YouTube video is released. It is called Me at the Zoo. Now, who invented YouTube? Steve Chen, Chad Hurley, and Yawid Karim, former employees of PayPal. Not happy with putting them on the banner. No, I'm not going to put them on. I'd sooner. I mean, when did Google become big? When did Google become like the search platform of choice? I feel like Page and Brin should be on the ballot, you know, at some point, because Google was very big, you know. When did Google really take over to become the, like, do you remember there was that moment where they just kind of like destroyed all competition? I reckon Page and Brin should be on the ballot over those dweebs. I reckon Page and Brin. Should be on the ballot. Now, I don't like Joint, but out of Page and Brin, who is the main one? Who goes on out of Page and Brin? Who's like the brains in the outfit? I don't know. Larry Page. Do we put Page on? Let's say Larry Page, you know, to represent Google. Larry Page, okay? Larry Page. We'll do Page. I reckon Page should go on the ballot. I might just fiat Page. The trial of Saddam Hussein began. Now, that was entertaining as well. And post-whole trial Saddam was a very slick character, by the way. Really cool. But really, the winner is Larry Page. So I'm just going to fiat Larry Page in as the true winner of 05. Page. That looks about right to me. And on the cultural front, the biggest film of the year was Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, followed very closely within a couple of fractions of a billion, Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, followed by The Chronicles of Narnia, followed by War of the Worlds, King Kong, Madagascar. I mean, this is truly the era of the massive franchise now. Every film is a massive franchise. Huge numbers, all of them. Best film in the Oscars that year was Brokeback Mountain, directed by Ang Lee, who also won Best Director. I mean, honestly, I wonder if by 2005 Emma Watson become big in her own right by this point. When was the peak of Emma Watson's fame? What do we think? She's still a bit young in 2005, isn't she? She's still a bit young. Fox cancels Who's Your Daddy after only one episode. Best-selling album of the year was Nickelback's All the Right Reasons. What a terrible, terrible era this is. Someone save me. Someone take me away from this awful place. And Federer won the US Open and Wimbledon. So pretty much Lucas for completing the best trilogy of all time. We're going to vote. We're going to say George Lucas for his crowning achievement, Revenge of the Sith. We're going to say Roger Federer again, who's going to continually be on the ballot until he wins. We're going to say it's pretty much it, really. The music stars of this era are just awful, and none of them deserve to be even anywhere close to Time Person of the Year. Pretty much that's it. It's going to be Federer versus Lucas. When did Jeremy Clark? When did Top Gear become super massive? That's a good point. Clarkson. When did Clarkson go from being a TV celebrity to international superstar Jeremy Clarkson that he became? When did that really happen? Because there was a moment where Top Gear just became the biggest thing in the world. Okay. So George Lucas has won for 2005. That's fair, I would say. I mean, he just made 3 of the biggest movies of all time back to back, so that's good. In 2006, when did Clarkson become really big? That would be the 2008, 07, 08, something like that. Sounds about right. We're going to start putting Clarkson on the ballot soon, I would say. Time Person of the Year in 2006 was you. That's right. You. Representing individual content creators on the World Wide Web. Well, thank you. That means that I am a Time Person of the Year, and so are you. Isn't that nice? You. It's just so bad. I mean, not only has the quality of the candidates gone down, but everything else has gone down as well. In 2006, Hamas won the 2006 Palestinian legislative election. NASA's Stardust mission successfully ends. Winter Olympics held in Turin. The microblogging and social networking site Twitter is launched. That automatically puts Jack Dorsey on the ballot, doesn't it? Jack Dorsey. I mean, this is really the era of the tech nerds, isn't it? Zuckerberg, Page. Now we've got Dorsey. Pretty much. He has to go on the ballot. He has to. Twitter changed the world. It did. You can't get away from it. Human Genome Project publishes the final chromosome sequence in Nature. British Prime Minister Tony Blair announces his intention to resign by the end of 2007. Tragic. Just tragic. Google purchases YouTube for $1.56 billion. So Google have owned YouTube since 2006. Isn't that amazing? Microsoft launches Office 2007. Saddam Hussein is sentenced to death by hanging at a special tribunal in Iraq. Microsoft releases Windows Vista. So Bill Gates will not be winning Time Man of the Year in 2006 because Vista was an awful steaming pile of crap. I remember it. It's basically Jack Dorsey by fiat, I'm afraid. There's just no one there's just no one. There's just no one. It's Dorsey. And in 2006, the biggest film of the year, which took over $1 billion, although inflation has to factor in when you're thinking about some of these things as well now, was Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest, followed by The Da Vinci Code and Ice Age: The Meltdown. I mean, are you noticing massive cultural decline? This is we were talking about the Beatles and Michael Jackson and Elvis, and now we're talking about The Da Vinci Code and Pirates of the Caribbean and Ice Age. Massive cultural decline is being witnessed in real time by us. The Departed won The Departed came out that year and won Best Picture. Scorsese won Best Director. Scorsese, I mean, he's never been on the ballot. We have never put Scorsese on the ballot. Maybe, I mean, there's such little thin pickings going on in 2006. Maybe we should put Scorsese on the ballot. Roger Federer won the US Open, he won Wimbledon, and he won the Australian Open. That is 3 out of the 4 Grand Slam singles titles in 2006. That's the second time he's done it. Obviously, he lost to Nadal in the French Open that year, as he always would. I reckon it's a straight runoff. I reckon Martin Scorsese. I reckon this is his only chance, really, because it's such a weak year. I should have looked at albums. Hold on a minute. Albums. Amy Winehouse, Back to Black. It sold 16 million copies. Winehouse was culturally impactful, though, I would suggest. Ugh. Yeah, let's put Winehouse on the ballot. Fuck it. We'll put Winehouse on the ballot. Martin Scorsese. We put on the ballot. Yeah. Scorsese. Amy Winehouse. And Roger Federer, just continually on the ballot till he wins. Vote. This is such decline, isn't it? I mean, Scorsese is one of the weakest picks ever for this, in my opinion, because The Departed did not define 2006, but in a strange way it does, because it's like, 70s director, he's brought out a decent movie, because it's decent it wins, I'm not putting this is just, come on. Right, Winehouse is splitting the vote. We're doing a runoff. Come on, Federer. Runoff. Federer versus Scorsese. Winehouse splitting the vote. Get out, Winehouse. Come on, Federer. Come on, Tim. Come on, Tim. Everybody's saying Johnny Depp should go in. Should he really? Let me have a look at the career of Johnny Depp a moment. Johnny Depp. I reckon Johnny Depp, he was around peak fame around this sort of time, I would say. All right, so Johnny Depp, he was in Wonka in 2005, Corpse Bride, Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest 2005, Pirates of the Caribbean, At the World's End, and Sweeney Todd 2007, Alice in Wonderland in 2010. Next year, we'll put him on the ballot next year. Federer has won, ladies and gentlemen. Federer has won. Roger Federer finally correctly fucking wins Time Man of the Year. Okay, so in 2007, the winner of the Time Person of the Year was Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin. I'll just read what it says here. I'll just read what it says. It says, Putin was president of Russia from 2000 to 2008, and from 2012 onwards. In 2007, it was apparent that Putin's power would continue after his presidential term expired. He had suppressed much of his opposition to his rule, including having a suspected role in the 2006 assassination of Ania Politkovskaya and the poisoning of Alexander Litvinenko. And he had secured his position as Prime Minister of Russia to succeed his loyalist successor, Dmitry Medvedev. Now, oh, bloody hell. Bloody hell. Steve Jobs. Okay, it's a straight runoff between Putin basically announcing himself as the man in Russia, i.e., I am the return of Vlad the Impaler, I am the return of the Russian Tsar, versus Jobs for releasing the iPhone. It's a straight runoff between Putin and Jobs. Jobs is not cultural. Businessmen go on the left. That is the rules. Yes, an easy win for Jobs. Oh no. Carry on voting. I may have to overrule chat. They're memeing. Yeah, I'm fiating Jobs. I mean, Putin's got everything. I'm fiating Jobs. Sorry, chat. Come on. Just like I fiated other characters before, and it's Jobs. It's Jobs. Easy. That is the correct decision. I know the meme value of Putin, but come on. And in terms of films in 07, we've got, I mean, the biggest film yet again was Pirates of the Caribbean, followed by Harry Potter, followed by Spider-Man, followed by Shrek, followed by Transformers. I mean, it's just like, this is like we're witnessing the death of culture here, sucking all the oxygen out of the room. Can't you feel yourself like it's weighing you down? Do you remember how much fun we had in the 80s, guys? So much fun doing the 70s and the 80s, and now it's like the death march, Harry Potter, Spider-Man, Shrek, Transformers. 2007, biggest selling album. Record sales have really dropped off a cliff, by the way. They've really dropped off a cliff. And Rihanna, with only 10 million records sold that year, is the highest selling record of the year, with Good Girl Gone Bad. That's Rihanna. I am loath to put Rihanna on the ballot. And I would suggest that the Top Gear Polar Special featuring Jeremy Clarkson was bigger than Rihanna in 2007. And I would suggest that maybe that Johnny Depp and Jeremy Clarkson are the biggest. I am not giving it to Kanye West for Graduation. Kanye West's year is My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy. That was a genuine cultural phenomenon. Graduation was just a good album, but it was that album. No one man should have all that power. That was the first rap album, and I've been a hip hop fan since the early 90s. That was the first rap album I can remember that non-rap fans knew properly. That had like proper cultural breakthrough for rap. That album by Kanye, but it's not yet. I think it was 2010, that album. I remember the song Umbrella, but it wasn't big enough. Umbrella wasn't big enough. And don't forget, I had a girlfriend all through these years who was into Beyonce, and she was into Beyonce. When was her big year? Beyonce is bigger than Rihanna. So if any of these black queens get in, it's going to be Beyonce. When was her breakthrough year? It was that album, I Am Sasha Fierce. That was the big one. That's next year. Beyonce will be on in the next one, right? Now, I remember 2007 being a phenomenal year for movies, because we had There Will Be Blood and No Country for Old Men. So the Coen brothers for No Country for Old Men should probably be on the ballot, and Daniel Day-Lewis for There Will Be Blood, in a towering performance for the ages. One of the all-time best performances by anyone, should be on the ballot. So let us say, well, the Coen brothers can go in together because the Parker brothers went on together in 1935. Parker brothers went on together back then. So the Coen brothers get to go on together. Don't question the rules. These are the rules. So Voot, we're going to have Depp, Clarkson, Day-Lewis, Coens. It's going to be the Coens. It's going to be Day-Lewis. It's going to be Clarkson. It's going to be Depp. Big Lebowski was not bigger than in '98. Big Lebowski was not bigger than Michael Jordan. I'm afraid that's just no way. Now, why is Hyperborean Dream not voting? Because of WrestleMania 23, Vince Trump shaved Vince's hair off. Look. If Vince isn't getting in for WrestleMania 3, he's not going to get in for WrestleMania 23. Okay, it's just logic, right? Logic. It's going to be Day Lewis versus Clarkson. It's going to be Day Lewis versus Clarkson in the runoff. Beyonce will be on the ballot next year. Runoff. Clarkson versus Day Lewis. Let's do this. Day Lewis for giving an all-time great performance. Clarkson for being Clarkson in 2007. I have a competition in me. I want no one else to succeed. I hate most people. Drainage, Eli. Drainage. Fucking brilliant. Okay, Day Lewis wins. That's so good. Okay, Daniel Day Lewis. All right. So 2008. I drink your. It's so good. It's so good. The 2008 Time Man of the Year was Barack Obama for being elected as America's first African American president. Now, is there any point in looking for anyone else for 08? WikiLeaks released allegations of illegal activities in the Cayman Islands that year. Manchester United won their third European Cup and second Champions League after they beat Chelsea. That was Fergie. Maybe Alex Ferguson goes back on the ballot. You know, that was his third great side that he built, possibly even his fourth one. I mean, absolute legend, Alex Ferguson. Alex Ferguson goes back on the ballot to compete with Beyonce. And I'm going to put Vladimir Putin back on the ballot. So let's do a runoff between Obama and Putin. If Beyonce wins, I'm going to bed. Yeah, join the club, mate. Join the club. I'm just going to write it in already. I want to deny Obama. Deny Obama. Oh, it's Obama, isn't it? Bloody hell. This is the problem. This is the problem. It's the problem with the modern world. It's Obama. Putin didn't actually do much in 08. He was puppeteering the Russian presidency from the office of the Prime Minister. Biggest selling year of 08 was The Dark Knight. Maybe Christopher Nolan. Maybe who was the star of Dark Knight? Christian Bale. I think it's Nolan, though. Indiana Jones and the Crystal of the Kingdom Skull came out. Oh, it's just endless. Mamma Mia, Kung Fu Panda. I hate this era of films. I really do. The blockbuster ones. Slumdog Millionaire was the big Oscar winner that year. Mickey Rourke was in The Wrestler. That was a good film. but the box office, the blockbusters are horrible around this time. I'm going to put Clarkson back on the ballot. I'm going to put the biggest selling album of that year was Lady Gaga's The Fame. I'd have thought it'd be that Beyonce album. Surprised it's not Beyonce, to be honest. I remember Beyonce being everywhere in 2008. My girlfriend loved Beyonce. That Sasha Fierce thing. Taylor Swift's Fearless came out in 2008. So Taylor Swift was actually debuted at this point. Where's Beyonce then? I Am Sasha Fierce by Beyonce only sold 9.6 million records. What do you know? But still, Beyonce was huge. So we're going to put Beyonce. It's going to be Beyonce because even though record sales don't tell the whole picture, Beyonce was an advert. She was everywhere around this sort of time. She was married to Jay-Z. Was she not going out with Jay-Z or something? So we're going to vote. It's going to be Alex Ferguson. It's going to be Jeremy Clarkson. It's going to be Beyonce. And who did we say from the world of movies? Christopher Nolan. Christopher Nolan. Yeah. That I just remember that album, I Am Sasha Fierce, having like, what were the big hits? You mentioned that Umbrella song by Rihanna. She had like three, like Beyonce had loads of them. I'm trying to remember what they were now. Yeah, Single Lady. If you like it, you want to put a ring on it, all that crap. Yeah, if you like it, you want to put a ring on it. And she had that one where she had, she had lots of hits off that album. And she was going out with Jay-Z, and I don't know, I just remember there was like Beyonce mania around that time. She was big. So there was that. But Nolan has won the vote. It's going to be Nolan versus Clarkson. Nolan versus Clarkson. Okay. Nolan versus Clarkson. I feel like the chat veers too much towards film and not enough towards other things. But let's do the runoff. Dark Knight wasn't just huge. It kind of reimagined what superhero movies could be, and it was dark, and it was a big event. It was a very big event. Dark Knight, yeah. Dark Knight was big. Heath Ledger was big in that year as well. Clarkson is not a nobody outside of the UK, Brian Ellis. But Clarkson is one of the biggest stars in the world. Not just in the UK, in the world. That's why he was the Top Gear spin-off show, whatever it was called, launched Amazon Prime in the world, not just in this country, in the entire world. Top Gear was massive. Top Gear was massive. Grand Tour, yeah, exactly. Clarkson has got millions of fans in America and in South America and in Europe and in Asia. Clarkson is one of the biggest stars in the world. You think I'm wrong? I'm not. Okay. So Christopher Nolan has won. That's about right. People underestimate how big Clarkson is. You think of him as a UK-only star, but that's not true. car people are not that mainstream. I mean, it's not like people who watch Top Gear or Grand Tour aren't car people. It's a massively mainstream show. I think Clarkson's like one of the highest paid TV stars in the entire world. I mean, I was looking at, and this actually shocked me because I always thought, wow, this is just like a BBC One show or whatever. But in terms of like global audience, it is one of the most watched shows in the world. So you have to say, well, he's one of the biggest stars in the world. And I know it sounds weird, but it's just true. It's kind of like, the thing is that it's not for car, like, I'd imagine actual car nerds probably turn their nose up at Top Gear. It's not really for gearheads. It's for everybody, like just normies. Just fucking love it. If you guys are having to explain, no, I think it's just you lot are just too nerdy. You just live online. You don't understand. You don't understand culture. Basically, you're just too nerdy. The lot of you. Anyway, we've almost finished this decade now, and the 2009 Man of the Year. It's not America. It's big in America. Top Gear is big. That show, Grand Tour or whatever, is big in America as well. Much bigger in America than you'd imagine. It's dismal. This the 2009 Man of the Year was Ben Bernanke, chairman of the Federal Reserve during the financial crisis of 2007, 2008, following the Great Recession. Well, I don't like the sound of that. I don't like the sound of giving it to Bernanke. I mean, yeah, I may well overturn many of the chat's decisions in time because they're just too full of nerds who want Pokemon to win every single year. If it was up to chat, it would just be like Pokemon and some fucking anime character every single year, Barack Obama sworn in as president. Israel withdraws from the Gaza Strip, officially ending its 3-day war with Hamas. WikiLeaks releases telephone recordings. Albania and Croatia join NATO. I'm just seeing what else happens here. Microsoft released Windows 7. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 is released. Basically, nothing happened in 2009. Nothing happened. This is officially the worst year that we've looked at because basically nothing happened. So, Julian Assange for WikiLeaks. Putin, we could just fiat Putin in just for being Putin. Nothing happened. This is the first year since we started this that nothing happened. I can't believe it. It's just Michael Jackson dies, triggering an outpouring of worldwide grief. We can't put Michael Jackson on for dying, though. Oh my God! Just there's just nothing. It's like a desert. WikiLeaks listed the membership of the radical political group known as the British National Party. I mean, there's a lot of WikiLeaks action in this year. All right. Maybe we'll never have another reason to put Julian Assange on the ballot, but we're going to put on Julian Assange and we're going to put on Vladimir Putin just for being Putin. So, runoff. This is easily the weakest year. This is so bad. The 2000s have dragged all the life out of this for me. It's just awful. Maybe Federer should have won again for being Roger Federer. He didn't actually. Federer won the French Open in 2009. But all right, I think Assange is a decent pick. I mean, WikiLeaks is becoming more prominent, so seems like an all right winner to me. So let's stick Assange in there, and then what else have we got? In terms of films, Avatar was the biggest gross. Avatar worldwide gross, $2.7 billion. Avatar surpassed Titanic as the highest grossing film of all time. Avatar was later surpassed by Avengers Endgame as the highest grossing film of all time. Ugh. Avatar, Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, Ice Age, The Dawn of the Dinosaurs, Transformers, The Revenge of the Fallen. I want to eat my own eyes out, I tell you. Hurt Locker was the big Oscar winner that year. James Cameron won Best Director at the Golden Globes for Avatar. Inglourious Bastards by Tarantino came out that year. Biggest selling album of 2009 was can't even find it. I'm now 50 albums deep and there's still 09 has not come up. Susan Boyle, I Dreamed a Dream, was the biggest selling album of 2009. Susan Boyle's I Dreamed a Dream was the biggest selling album of 2009. Oh my God. Susan Boyle. Anything else going on? What happened in the world of sport in 2009? When did Lionel Messi burst on the scene? Lionel Messi. I mean, when did Messi debut? I mean, even Messi and Ronaldo are sort of like the, Avengers Endgame, Avatar, fucking Ice Age 2, 5, 10. I always thought the Messi Ronaldo era were kind of like video game players or something. There's just even Messi Ronaldo is kind of like a franchise version of. When did he come about? I mean, he was already playing for Barca at this time. And he wasn't doing the video game numbers yet. That started in 2010, really. In 2009, 2010. Okay, so in 2009, in La Liga, Lionel Messi played 35, scored 34, which is fucking ridiculous. And that wasn't even his best year. In 2012, he was played 37, scored 50. In the following year, played 32, scored 46. It's just stupid, isn't it? Just stupid. Just stupid. Where was Gaga then? I'm not putting Susan Boyle on the ballot. That's just so stupid. Where was Lady Gaga? Because she was quite big, I suppose. Yeah, she had an album out the previous year called Fame. The Fame. Oh, it's just rubbish. James Cameron. James Cameron. James Cameron. I'm just going to fiat in James Cameron because there's nobody else. James Cameron. All right, it is now 1:36, friends. And we've got another... I reckon we're going to have to finish this in the new year, sadly. I can't do this anymore. The 2000s have killed me off. 2000s have killed me off. It's just killed me off. I mean, James Cameron, if you make the best-selling movie of all time or the second best-selling movie of all time, and you make $2.7 billion, you have to win it, I guess, don't you? Gonna have to do part 2 on New Year's Day. How about that? Maybe I'll come back on New Year's Day and do it. This was a 4-hour stream solo. Remember, buy my courses, Vax Glide 2, ladies and gentlemen. Vax Glide 2.
I think that we've reached peak wank.
But most importantly of all, ladies and gentlemen, get out.
What goes on in this town is none of your business.
As long as I'm living here, it is.
Then maybe you shouldn't be living here!
Well, that's easy.